Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Final thought today comes from Twitter. A guy named Jabari is my Jerry. He's got an Auburn basketball question, and it's brought to you by Gutter Cap.
Patent aluminum cover system fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. 45% off the retail price right now for the Next Round viewer and listener. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. That's 823-2212. Or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
On what Barkley said about Stephen Pearl being his major coaching job being Auburn, Jabari is my Jerry says, I sort of want to see him go off, have success, and come back would make a cooler story.
You would feel better about that, but if you're Stephen Pearl, that seems like a pretty big gamble to me because if I stink.
That first big job being Auburn, you know what you got there.
That's
and he's
right.
recruiting most of the great players there.
Yep.
That's our show today. We're back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central. It's 1 Central now, Jim. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
The The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, what'd you guys do last night?
Jimmy D asking the tough questions. I love it.
No, it's just it was an enjoyable night hanging out with
Stirring the pot, Dunaway.
Look at Dunaway.
everybody at the World Games. 49 days to the World Games.
That's right.
It's
Is that what y'all talked about last night at the thing?
Hard to believe.
Did
Only
Nick
40
break down some of the World Game events?
Oh, I bet he's excited about the tug of war.
We're tug of war. Stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
We got more coming up. But you know how this show works. No matter what Nick Saban or any coach says about NIL, we don't talk NIL until we spin the wheel.
That's right, the old wheel of NIL.
The wheel has to land on NIL. Let's go to the Rockstar Cam, brought to you by Hydra Live Therapy.
Well, somebody sabotaged the wheel.
Go
What's it
spin the
say?
wheel.
All the options.
Spin the wheel.
Spin it, Rockstar.
Don't pull the rabbit out of the hat yet, Rockstar. Spin the wheel.
Couldn't you have left one category without it? Because I know it would have hit that.
Rockstar's going to spin the wheel here today. Will it land on NIL? Will we talk NIL here? Zoom in on that thing there.
So first segment, we got to go NIL if it hits NIL, right?
We got to go NIL if it lands on NIL. Will it land on NIL today?
Yeah. That's a good spin, Rockstar.
It was a healthy spin.
Rockstar gets mad at people at Odie's for doing that.
Yeah, there we go.
Deep purple. Deep purple.
Will it land on NIL?
NIL!
Yeah,
We got to talk NIL. All right. Anything happened overnight?
Nick Saban had
news?
some comments last night about the NIL. And I understand media and the way it works and everything. You pull out, if it's a 6 minute and 45 second soundbite, you pull out, a good 18 seconds or 20 seconds. That is the meat of the story, which is the Texas A&M comments and then the Miami basketball and the Jackson State comments. But it was a long 6 minute and 47 seconds, I think is the actual time, answer about NIL and the state of NIL. And I phrased the question, LT. The question was...
I was wondering what the question was.
Was at the end of the night. It's at the end of the night, last question, before I said thank you to the coaches.
Everybody's hammered by this point, right?
And I asked them both, and I started with Nate first. It seems like Alabama is approaching NIL like a marathon. Other schools have sprinted into this. We've talked to some of the NIL folks who are handling the collective for Alabama, and it seems to be a long play for Alabama. They didn't jump into this. And I started with Nate. Nate gave an answer about how he sees it as a basketball coach. And then Nick Saban takes over, and he gives his comments on it. And it's a wide range. And my takeaway from it was, there are obviously pointed shots at Texas A&M and others, but my big takeaway was that he and Alabama are going to have to change the way they approach this in this recruiting cycle, because they were doing it one way last time, and he felt like other schools, Texas A&M and others, were doing it a different way. And in order for them to compete, if the rules don't change and there's no enforcement, they're going to have to change their philosophy. That was my big takeaway.
Well, look, my takeaway was just the little clip that I saw. Two things. First, I was surprised at how over the top he was towards Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah, calling him right out there.
I don't think any doubt there. And then the other thing that surprised me is I really thought everybody was doing it that way.
Yeah, and I'm still not sure Alabama's not. I just think, first of all, Nick Saban doesn't say things like this accidentally. He's a calculated guy. I also think Nick Saban might be playing a semantics game here.
Well, the NIL did not, everybody keeps going, you're the one that started this. This was a big comment last night afterwards. Everyone was like, Nick Saban started the coaches commenting publicly about NIL when he brought up Bryce Young $1 million
That's
at
right.
SEC Media Days.
Yeah.
Well, Bryce Young wasn't being recruited yet. He had not been the starting quarterback yet for Alabama, but he had already been recruited. And I think that's where, however you want to picture or paint the picture of what is being discussed is, do you use NIL and how much money you're going to make from NIL before you sign, or you're able to do it afterwards? And some coaches believed going into last year you didn't use it on the front end of recruiting, that you worked out NIL deals like we have with Alabama and Auburn players after they were already student athletes.
I find that hard to believe.
Obviously now we're seeing the rules are different, and I think that's what Nick Saban was addressing last night was we approached it this way last year. Other schools went a different route. We may have to change our philosophy if that's the road we're going to be in.
Well, I wanted to ask the question. We had Saban on 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
Yeah, it was right before A-Day, right?
I figured he was getting really tired of the NIL, but I wanted to ask him, is that the first thing that when you go into a recruit's living room, is NIL the first thing that comes up? It's not winning championships. It's not getting to the NFL. It's how much money am I going to make? And I would assume that that's 90% of the 4- and 5-star guys getting recruited right now. So
Mark Stoops said it. Remember, we played the soundbite from Kentucky Sports Radio yesterday. Mark Stoops says every high school recruit, every portal guy, everybody walks in the building, their first thing is, how much can I make?
And, Brun, do you think it's the old, back in the day when you couldn't pay players, but they were getting paid anyway, wink, wink, the coach didn't want to know about it. Let's just get this guy.
Right.
I don't want to know about it. Is this kind of what Nick's saying with NIL? Look, we want you here. We'll figure the NIL out. I got somebody you can talk to later on. But my hands are clean of it.
And I think that is a different way of seeing it. If you're at a major program, an SEC program, there's NIL money for you when you get there. You don't have to be promised a certain amount on the front end. I think that's the way I approached it going in last year was, we've got NIL now. If I go to, any of the SEC schools, Ohio State, Clemson, Texas, USC, I'm going to be able to make money because everybody loves those programs. I'm a good athlete, so I'm going to get my money on the other side. And now with the collectives, which are a bunch of boosters kicking in money, it seems to be the big point with some coaches that, okay, they are almost offering you X amount of dollars to sign with us. And I think what is happening, you're getting some people who say, all right, I'm getting, we may be seeing this for Jordan Addison right now. A report today says he's down to 2 schools, USC and Texas. And it may be, well, USC is giving me X amount of dollars. Texas, how much can you give me? And I don't think that's the way the rule was initially designed. As Nick Saban said last night, that's not name, image, and likeness. That basically is free agent negotiation on money.
Did Addison come up last night?
No. I mean, we didn't talk NIL until the very last question.
Oh, this is the departure question.
Yeah, it's the getaway question.
Yeah, this is the old getaway, huh? Coach, you got to head back to Tuscaloosa. One quick question.
Yeah, but you didn't want to lean in and say, "Hey, are you guys not in the Addison sweepstakes?"
really.
Look, that's not typically. I mean, that's not your typical recruit. That's a transfer.
A lot of people in that room last night. Nick Saban had a chance to give his opinion on the NIL. Rockstar, let's do cut number 1. The folks at AL.com has the video, and you can see their bug up in the top right-hand corner. So from AL.com, this is Nick Saban last night speaking to a room full of Birmingham business owners and supporters and politicians, and the World Games Committee celebrating 50 days until the World Games come to Birmingham, in a conversation with Alabama basketball coach Nate Oates and Nick Saban.
So I told our players, I said, we're going to have a collective, but everybody's going to get the same amount of opportunity from that collective. Now, you can go earn however much you want. And I tell the recruits the same thing, because our job is not to buy you to come to school here. And I don't know how you manage your locker room, and I don't know if this is a sustainable model, because one of you folks are going to give some player that comes to our school a bunch of money to come to our school. And then you're going to come to the game in full strut, thinking, I'm going to tell everybody I got that guy to come to Alabama. And then he's not going to play, and he's going to transfer, and you're going to say, I'm never going to do this again. All right, so I don't know how it works. I don't know how you sustain a model like that. Now, I know that we're going to lose recruits because somebody else is going to be willing to pay them more. It's not supposed to be something where people come and make money. And you make a decision about where you go to school based on how much money you're going to make. You should make a decision based on where you have the best chance to develop as a person, as a student, and as a player, which is what we've always tried to major in. And we're going to continue to do that. And hopefully there's enough people out there that want to do it. But I know the consequence is going to be difficult for the people who are spending tons of money to get players. And you've read about them. You know who they are. I mean, we were second in recruiting last year. A&M was first. A&M bought every player on their team, made a deal for name, image, and likeness. All right, we didn't buy one player. All right, but I don't know if we're going to be able to sustain that in the future because more and more people are doing it. We have a rule right now that says you cannot use name, image, and likeness to entice a player to come to your school. Hell, read about it in the paper. I mean, Jackson State paid a guy $1 million last year that was a really good Division I player to come to school. It was in the paper, and they bragged about it. Nobody did anything about it. I mean, these guys at Miami that are going to play basketball there for $400,000, it's in the newspaper. The guy tells you how he's doing it. So, but the NCAA can't enforce their rules because it's not against the law. And that's an issue. That's a problem. And unless we get something that protects them from litigation, I don't know what we're going to do about it.
Well, and that's how the conversation ended last night.
He went full blowtorch.
He really did, didn't he?
I mean, I can't remember. You know, the back and forth between Jimbo and Lane was a little bit fun, and it was a little cryptic. This is full flamethrower. And I don't know, what I kind of laughed about there was Nate Oates, the reaction in his face when Nick was like, we didn't pay for one player. You got to go back and look at Nate's face. He's like maybe I'm reading too much into it. Did you guys not notice that?
I did not. I wasn't looking at Nate when he said that.
Well, I
noticed Dunaway kept pulling the mic up to his mouth.
Yeah. There were several times that
Should I throw sponsorship in?
it was time to do a commercial.
Yeah.
But a really enjoyable evening for about 38, 39 minutes last night. And then that was the final question of the evening with the World Games and 49 days away from that. All of college football talking about those comments, and obviously we'll get your reaction as well. The phone lines are open on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923.
Can I see Nate's face one more time, please?
Yeah. Rockstar,
do you mind pulling that?
Rockstar, there's a shorter version.
It's right when he goes number 2. When he throws up, we were second in recruiting.
If you just go cut number 2, I think you'll get what LT wants there. We have a variety of different versions of the AL.com video.
I guess Nate's kind of like, hell, man. I can't believe he went full blowtorch here.
Thought I was coming over here to answer some easy questions.
Something where people come and make money. And you make a decision about where you go to school based on how much money you're going to make. You should make a decision based on where you have the best chance to develop as a person, as a student, and as a player, which is what we've always tried to major in. And we're going to continue to do that. And hopefully there's enough people out there that want to do it. But I know the consequence is going to be difficult for the people who are spending tons of money to get players. And you've read about them. You know who they are. I mean, we were second in recruiting last year. A&M was first. A&M bought every player on their team, made a deal for name, image, and likeness. All right, we didn't buy one player. All right, but I don't know if we're going to be able to.
I think lights are in his eyes. He does give the
What?
You cannot see on the stage. It's a very dark room.
I didn't have my stack of cash for a certain recruit because
on this show is the first time I've heard the reaction in the room. Like when he said Texas A&M paid for every player, there was an audible reaction in the room. I did not realize that until I heard it on the show here.
I think it was me losing oxygen, but there was a reaction in the room, and it was I agree with you guys. You both have said it. Nick Saban knows the place he holds in college football. He knows that anytime anything happens in college football, a change in rules, policies, anything, he gets asked the question. If he answers it truthfully, it becomes headlines. You know, I don't know if it was, I don't know how you handle these type of settings when you're talking to a booster setting and there are 1,000 people in there with phones, you know, or AL.com was there. It's I don't know how you handle that. I guess we'll get to a point where coaches are never open anymore when they're talking to fan bases or boosters or in events like this. I appreciate how candid they can be at times, and it's an honest look at what is a major problem in college football, one that, you know, I think 131 coaches, well, not even 131 because half of them aren't in this discussion. I think there are a discussion that 40 or 50 coaches would like to know, okay, what are the rules? Okay. What are we playing by? And let's all go do it the same way.
Well, Nick Saban has the throne, and he had this trump card in his back pocket, and he was wanting to play it. He was waiting to play it, and last night was the time he decided to play it. And that was 100% calculated.
I think, you know, I do a lot of countdowns on this show. We're 100 days today away from the start of college football from week 0.
What a way to kick it off.
I think we're 12 days away from SEC meetings down in Destin.
Yeah, it's normally right after Memorial Day. Yeah, that week right after Memorial Day. You think that's going to be interesting?
So in that time, there will be at least one gathering of the football coaches in the room together.
Yes, at least.
So you would assume Jimbo Fisher will be there and Nick Saban will be there.
I would have to assume. Much like when they met in Birmingham and Lane Kiffin and Jimbo Fisher were there after the old sliced bread deal.
Yeah, and didn't
just earlier this year.
Didn't Greg Sankey have a one-on-one with each one of them to start with?
That I don't know, yeah.
You know, there's one man in this world that I would refuse to shake his hand. I think it's going to be really difficult for those two to shake hands.
Who, Saban and Fisher?
Yeah, I mean, they've got a long relationship, and there was a back and forth last year when Jimbo said, I'm going to beat him, and Saban said, what, at golf? And then Jimbo ended up beating him, and that was kind of a fun back and forth. This is to the point of no return. They paid for every one of their players. We paid for none of our players.
Nichols Outfitters. Nichols Outfitters. I will be off my game for the next 4 hours. Nichols Outfitters brings you part of the show here today as we get rolling.
Father's Day is right ahead of us. Nichols Outfitters is a unique opportunity for a great gift from now until Father's Day. Any purchase of a Christensen Traverse rifle enters you into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 rifle right alongside it. If you have an outdoorsman in the household, or if you are that outdoorsman, drop the hint to your family. This is the kind of thing that would bring a smile to a Father's Day face. Purchase one classic Christensen rifle, enter to win another. Now to Father's Day, Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
All right, so here we go. Some of your reaction. We'd love getting to that. Brown will handle the chat room over there. I'll take Twitter at Next Round Live. Royal Payne says, this is one of the last chance to influence the public conversation before rule changes are decided. He is warning before he crosses this Rubicon. He's basically making it known that if you don't change it, we will change the way we're doing our recruiting too. We will go and match what Texas A&M is doing. A lot of people are painting it that way, Brown and LT, is that this is Saban saying, do we really want football to be this way with the hurry-up offense? Yeah. And then him going eventually to the hurry-up offense. Do we really want it to be this way?
Do you think other programs are really worried about that? They have an opportunity now maybe with NIL to steal some of Alabama's recruits.
Yeah, I don't know that I totally buy that. I mean, I know Nick Saban has historically done this in the offseason where he has commented on things and then rules get changed or whatever. There is a reason he said this last night. I don't know that that's the entire reason.
He used the word bought, says Brad. That's where it gets murky with A&M, the word bought.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that now. That's what's going to get Jimbo's blood pressure up.
But that was, bought is not illegal anymore. Right?
Well, technically it is.
Yeah. Again, the rules are kind of murky to me, but schools are not able to basically offer NILs to players.
To recruits. Now, they can to players, obviously, or once players get there, players can get it, but they can't offer it to recruits to say, come here and we've got a $3 million deal lined up for you. That's what the NCAA is trying to enforce. They're not going to be able to enforce that, but they're going to say they're going to try.
Yeah, interesting comments from the head coach of the University of Alabama last night, and we get a chance to break that down throughout the show today, and a fun guest list coming up, which includes today Joel Klatt, who will be with us at 11 o'clock today. Buster talks baseball at 12 noon, but Klatt will have some thoughts on what was said last night and where we are in college football as he makes his way back to Birmingham for another weekend of the USFL. We're off and rolling. Your comments in the chat room, also on Twitter at Next Round Live as we move forward. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. If you have a problem with cooling, heating, or plumbing, Hemp Hill is the answer for you.
Yes, Dunaway. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to call Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
The Summer Blast kicks off this weekend with 2 great days of USFL action at Protective Stadium. Saturday at noon, see the Stars and Bandits, and at 6:30, cheer on your Birmingham Stallions and get a free beach towel. Let's go Stallions! Sunday is a family day doubleheader. 1 ticket gets you in for the Maulers and Breakers at 11, and for the Gamblers and Generals at 3. Tickets are just $10, and kids are always free. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Developing news.
This will be fun.
As soon as LT tells us about our friends at Creekside Barbecue, we were just talking about a great place to maybe have lunch today. While we're out to we got a live show later today afterwards on our video platform. Where will we be and what time?
We're going to be out at the corporate challenge. We're going to probably go live about 2:30ish.
Yes.
So be looking, set your alert so you make sure you get it 2:30 somewhere in there.
Yeah, those specialty shows. If you're not subscribed on YouTube and have your alerts set turned on, you may miss some of our conversations when we're not on our normal show hours, 9 to 1 Central. So always go and subscribe on all our video platforms and turn on the alert so that you get alerted when we start doing some special pop-up, as the guys at Barstool say, emergency news conferences and some of those type things. So we'll be doing one of those later today from the corporate challenge with our friends at Night Edie and all of the great corporations here in Birmingham. Creekside Barbecue, a great place to grab lunch today.
Yeah, my buddy Brad Jackson was out there yesterday, and I don't know if Scott, probably you got time. There it is. That was his lunch yesterday. Look, he got the ribs, side of mac and cheese.
How many people were with him?
It was just Brad.
Wow.
He got the side of mac and cheese and the side of baked beans. He said best baked beans he's ever had. That's some of those chef-inspired sides that we talk about at Creekside Barbecue, from that potato salad with the feta cheese, the corn casserole, that is just outstanding. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered around great barbecue, soulful music, good vibes, Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with the incredible side. You're going to absolutely love it. They've got that big deck set on it, overlooking the creek, several TVs. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by, tell them the Next Round sent you, or check out their menu online, creekside-bbq.com. I have not talked to one person that doesn't love it.
Before we get back into the Saban thing in this developing news, Smith brings up a good point. Brown shirt, the Expos logo here. It's a great logo. If they'd have just turned that upside down to make that the W, I would have liked that W better than the actual one that you guys use with the Nationals.
Do a handstand.
I was thinking of how I could flip this over other than taking the shirt off.
Take the shirt off,
Take it off, Brown.
Take the shirt off. There are women watching, Rockstar.
Exactly.
Do you want to cause them to stumble into sin?
No.
Yeah.
Stumble into sin.
Yeah. Let's
squealing at the workplace.
Let's don't cause the ladies to stumble into sin, Rockstar.
Here is the developing news. And Forrester will have to get to work on this, on how we're going to pull this down, or maybe carry it live. See if there's a live availability on this.
Is there a possibility we can actually take part?
True.
Texas A&M has just informed members of the media that Jimbo Fisher will be available to take questions at 10 this morning, 10 Central, so coming up at the top of the hour. And as Mark Passwater writes from Rivals, whatever could be on his mind.
I mean, this is pretty unprecedented. So let me just, from a media standpoint, tell you, this is the time of year where coaches disconnect and you never hear from them, hardly, unless they're on the road at a booster event or something like Dunaway was hosting last night. Coaches never, I mean, Nick Saban won't do another press conference till football season, till camp opens, outside of SEC media days and things like this. For them to hastily call this never happens. I mean, these coaches, they're in the office, they're buried under film or, whatever, or they're out on the booster trail. This Jimbo is is hot. As Stuart Mandel says, Rockstar, Godspeed to the transcribers of this press conference.
Oh, my God. Fingers will be smoking.
It is going to be coming fast and furious.
So typically representation wants to craft things you should say and things you shouldn't say.
Right.
This news didn't break till late last night. I don't know what time you guys wrapped up last night.
That comment probably came at about 8:45, 8:40. Knowing me, I was supposed to be completely wrapped at 8:45, so I probably asked that question at 8:45.
He was probably watching Yellowstone for the second time around, and was probably in his recliner drinking a nice branch water or something, and he got the news. And he's been stewing. I cannot believe he's going this early.
I really can't either. I mean, this is, less than 12 hours from when it reached his ears. He's got to be hot.
This is great news for everyone.
Oh,
though,
it is. This is fantastic.
I think he's going to say some things that he probably shouldn't say. But I remember there was a time we were on the BBC. Do you remember that? And we were mic'd up live and we were able to ask questions. Rockstar, do you remember that? I forgot what it was about.
The BBC?
Yeah, the BBC.
Our show?
Our show.
Yeah.
When we were downstairs.
The
old Crest building.
I vaguely remember something like that.
But anyway, we were able to hook up live when other people around the world were asking questions, and we asked a couple of questions. Can we actually dial in on this?
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to work. We're
Forrester and
Lunsford and
Lunsford.
Forrester are on this.
Yeah, they're about
I'm ready to roll with some if you guys are.
I've got I've got a book on my desk. I'll give you in the commercial break. You can call the Texas A&M SID office and see if it's live availability.
Please be live.
I think it will be live.
I think Jimbo wants the message out, right? Otherwise, he's not doing this. Why not let the world watch it? If Jimbo's all pissed, which I'm sure Jimbo is.
I hope we get some of this. Now, you guys don't know about this, but in 2014.
Yeah, well, Jimbo did used to work with Nick.
Yeah, he did. They're,
Yeah. So
tight-ish.
We will see. We'll see if he brings up any LSU stories from back in the day, before NIL or any of that. Jimbo Fisher news conference at the top of the hour, and as Josh Pate says, friend of the show, Late Kick with Josh 24/7. Jimbo legit may not even sit down for this thing. Just a Ric Flair-like scorched earth promo in the middle of the ring. No reading glasses, nothing. Just walking towards the camera and back.
I was going to bring up the reading glasses. He goes back and forth with
off
them.
And on.
I don't think he's got time for it.
It'll be so hot. Those eyes will be on fire. This is fantastic, Dunaway. Thank you for doing this for us.
Yeah, this is great.
Dunaway had nothing to do with this.
I didn't. I just asked a very simple question.
You asked a simple. What was the question again?
The question was,
how are you?
Hey, Nick.
NIL. Man.
What a mess, huh, Nick?
It was to Nate Oates to start with. It was about the NIL.
How did Nate answer it, by the way?
Nobody cares.
I guess
Not
he
anymore.
said some things.
Yeah.
Alabama needs to, we'll have to stay on top of it to stay good. And then Nick Saban had his comments, and we got a news conference at Texas A&M at 10. And Deion Sanders has jumped in as well.
Yeah, Deion jumped in because he mentioned Jackson State specifically. And Deion, now I don't know that Deion has said anything. Deion keeps teasing Deion's going to say something, but has Coach Prime said anything yet? I have not seen it. Deion tweeted that his son woke him up last night.
Yeah, here's the tweet right there.
Yeah, Scott's got it up on the screen. Basically, his son woke him up and said, "You're not going to believe what Nick Saban said." And he said, "I will address Coach's lies." It's a strong word, lies, in the morning. And then sometime early this morning, sent out a video saying, "I am going to address Coach's lies." I don't know that he's addressed them just yet.
Well,
I think Jimbo's going to beat him to it.
A strong statement, lies, and then he seems to go a little racial connotation there at the end.
Yeah, he does. I didn't really understand that.
We as a people don't have to pay our people to play with our people.
Well, I mean, just
for those that are listening on the audio platforms.
Yeah. So we as a people, all caps, don't have to pay our people, all caps, to play with our people, all caps. So what Coach Prime is saying there is, as a black coach at a historically black school, I don't have to pay black players to play at a historically black college and university.
But I don't think anybody believes, as charismatic and as credible as Deion is, that Travis Hunter went to Jackson State without getting paid.
Well, I mean, I think Travis, they've promoted deals he's gotten. Now, did those deals come before Travis went to Jackson State or after Travis? I don't know. Frankly, I don't care. I don't care one way or the other.
I don't think any of us care.
I don't think, well, some people apparently care. I don't care. My only argument is historically, I don't think history backs Deion up on that. I mean, traditionally, your top-level black players have not gone to historically black colleges and universities. That's why they don't even play, the historically black colleges and universities don't even play on the same level as the FBS schools. They're predominantly FCS schools. And that's why it was such a surprise when Hunter went there. When he spurned Florida State, a school that is down on its luck right now, but a fairly traditional power, and went to a historically black college university. We've not seen that happen. Now, I'm not saying Deion had to pay him to get him there, but I am saying historically that has not happened a lot.
You know what happens Monday?
What?
Deion and Nick Saban are supposed to film Aflac commercials for this fall.
You don't know that. I would hope not know that to be true.
Would that be uncomfortable?
Yeah, that's where the production crew says, I know before I even say action, y'all make sure the cameras are rolling. Right? I mean, they're not even lined up for that. I don't care if they're lined up.
I assume those commercials are in the can if that's another campaign this year.
Yeah, what would have to be? This is about the time of year they would shoot stuff like that.
Again, 6 minute and 47 second answer. In places, it'll be broke down to 18 seconds or a minute and a half. So I hope coaches like Jimbo Fisher listens to the entire 6:47 before he responds. But everyone has reactions, including our friends at The Athletic. I've never really, I know they probably have done this before, but the folks at The Athletic, they basically responded, their story was the staff. It was like a staff report. And it has every one of their writers sort of giving their take on what Nick Saban said last night. Like Stuart Mandel has a paragraph. Our buddy Aaron Suttles has a paragraph, and it just is a big, deep dive. And they broke this thing out 16 different ways, which is what happens when there's a big story in late May in college football. All your college football writers have a lot of space to write.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing else going on in college. I mean, we're 100 days away today. I think everybody had their, all right, guys, we're 100 days away. Let's have some special content. And Nick Saban's like, I got your special content right here.
And none of these guys nationally knew Nick was even going to be on record last night.
Not at all.
And boy, they are thanking Gene Hallman for putting a great event together.
And Dunaway for asking good questions.
100 days. You're right, Brown. There were stories already written, 100 things you need to know about this upcoming college football season. 100 facts, 100 players you've got to know.
That was all in the pipe.
Did you ask this question because the will has not hit NIL and we haven't talked about it?
Do we need to spin the wheel again to keep talking NIL?
I don't think so. I think Jimbo's about to take care of that. Hey, don't forget, though, Jimbo did not call Lane Kiffin a clown by name, but insinuated Lane Kiffin was a clown.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it was cryptic between those two.
When Lane Kiffin said, it was a funny line. I didn't know if A&M was going to be able to get their signing class in under the salary cap. I mean, that was what Lane said. Nick Saban, he wasn't even joking. I mean, it was obvious Lane Kiffin was joking about it.
Yeah.
And he called him a clown.
They paid every player.
Yeah. And Nick Saban wasn't joking.
We didn't pay one player.
Yeah.
Aaron Suttles on The Athletic, his response brought to you by our friends at Johnson RV. Brown will tell you more about Johnson RV in a second. Aaron Suttles writes this: Alabama doesn't offer recruits as an NIL incentive because it doesn't believe that is within the rules or the reason NIL was established. When Alabama put together its collective high tide traditions, it was clear that it would not be used as an inducement for recruits. The collective is there to help facilitate the best deals possible for current student athletes. What Saban did Wednesday night, off the cuff or planned, was to set the stage for what's to come if rules aren't the same for everyone. That's Aaron Sutter. You got a reaction to that?
Say that last sentence again.
The collective is there to help facilitate the best deals possible for current student athletes. What Saban did Wednesday night, off the cuff or planned, was to set the stage for what's to come if rules aren't the same for everyone.
Yeah.
So he's saying, much like some of you have said, that if there is not some, reeling back into what the NIL was initially drawn up to be, if the way Nick Saban's words, Texas A&M did it last year, is the way we're going to be allowed to do it, then that's the way Alabama's going to do it.
How much does it change? Again, I mean, Alabama doing it or not doing it is still going to be 1, 2, or 3 in recruiting.
They were, but I do believe that there is a belief, the way Nick Saban was talking, that he doesn't know that being number 2 in recruiting is sustainable if they're not doing it the way Texas A&M and other schools are doing it, which I thought was his whole point last night. 6 minutes and 47 seconds was, if they don't go back to what NIL was originally designed to do, if they let Texas A&M do it this way and everybody do it this way, we're going to have to do it this way to still be one of the top 3 recruiting classes.
Yeah, but it also shows me that Nick Saban doesn't want anybody else doing it because he's able to recruit at that level anyway.
No, I mean,
now you've got other schools that have the opportunity to at least match that.
Yeah, you've given schools the tools to catch up. Now, you can debate how Saban and Alabama were doing it before this, whether it was right, wrong, legal, illegal, however you want to debate. And I know where those arguments are going to fall in the chat room. But the truth is now, the playing field has been leveled in recruiting. You'll grant me that, right?
Well, I don't think it's level. I mean,
leveled. It's not fully level.
You heard Lane Kiffin say, we don't have that kind of money. Now, I think he was rattling his Ole Miss boosters cages a little bit, but Lane Kiffin says we don't have that kind of money. We can't
rolling around for Jackson.
we can't keep up with that, and we know the Power Fives. Most of them can't keep up, but you can. We've always said this about NIL on this show. You can. There's the ability now if UAB's biggest booster wants to get one player to come play for UAB, you can't get 25 of them.
Yeah.
Hell, we don't even have a 25 rule. I mean, everybody missed this last night. The NCAA changed the rule last night. You can sign more than 25 players now. You just have to stay under the 85.
What I meant by leveled is there is now a path for schools to try to hang in there with an Alabama and a Georgia and an Ohio State. That's what I meant by leveled.
Yeah. Well, I think there's
now,
always been
Alabama,
that
Georgia,
case.
and Ohio State can still use that path too.
That's right. That's right. I mean, you've said this many times. No matter what rules we change, there are certain schools that are still going to be at the top of the list because,
no doubt,
they've spent more money on their recruiting budgets.
Yeah.
They spend more money on facilities, on analysts, on coaches, on everything.
They invest in their product.
And those people are always going to spend that money.
Yeah. Johnston RV Center, Dunaway, is right there off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Right now, you can see that new Clipper Ultralight 182 DBU bunk model from Coachman. Payments as low as $179 a month. See Johnston RV Center for details. You can always see more. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
What if Jimbo calls Dunaway by name, says Cody?
It's Jim Dunaway in Birmingham.
More likely... More likely he thinks SVP has really put on a little weight in the offseason.
I mean, last night Nick Saban sitting there talking to Michael Keaton, and he says we pay for all our players.
And what I would say is, hey, look, I've got diagram evidence here. Look at the face of Nate Oates when he says we didn't pay one player.
Eddie says, boy, I wish Cecil Hurt was still with us. Would love to know his take on all this morning.
We all do.
Yeah, he would enjoy this.
Yeah.
We are back in a moment. We'll continue this conversation. At the top of the hour, though, we'll flip the script to the NFL and then bounce. Maybe.
Well, I mean, let's see if we get.
Wait, top of the hour, we got to go live with Jimbo.
I love me Armando.
Are we not going live?
If we can, Lance. We don't know if we can.
Lance just thinks anything is possible.
Why would it not be
do
possible?
Our best. Well, I don't know.
He may be just sitting and talking to people.
They called this thing at the last minute. We don't even know the details of it. We're going to do our best.
Well, the word is we are efforting live video at the top of the hour.
Armando might get bumped.
Armando will note it. He'll understand.
Jimbo Fisher with a hastily thrown together media availability at 10 a.m. Central, and he will take questions at the top of the hour. Hopefully we'll carry that live for you. If not, we'll get that turned around as quick as possible. We'll read it. Well, it'll be live tweeted, no doubt about it.
No doubt.
We'll react to that at the top of the hour right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's do our Baumhauer Spotlight right here, and that'll be reaction from what you guys are saying in the chat room and more on Twitter to what we heard last night from Nick Saban. And again, the Jimbo Fisher response, we believe, to that coming up at the top of the hour, and we are efforting a live link to that at the top of the hour. Baumhauer's, though, a great place right now. Remember to get them to hook you up for any of your dining needs, including lunch, dinner, or the weekend.
Yeah, great place to go. Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later, Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Try out that Alabama hot chicken, and don't forget about the Inflation Sucks menu, where you can get some incredible deals, including a $7.99 delicious tailgate burger. Get in today to one of those great locations of Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Stuart Mandel writes at The Athletic, Nick Saban doesn't say anything by accident. This was clearly a warning shot that if the NCAA proves incapable of enforcing its rules, his program will enter the NIL pay-for-play fray itself. From Stuart Mandel last night.
I mean, look, you can argue what Alabama is or is not doing in recruiting. One thing you cannot argue is what Stuart said at the start of that. Nick Saban is one of the most calculated coaches I have ever encountered. Like, that guy doesn't. There are so many times. How many times have we been carrying a Nick Saban press conference, or we've played, something from a Nick Saban press conference where a reporter has asked one question and Nick Saban gives an amazing answer about something that has nothing to do with the reporter.
Oh,
because he is so calculated in that.
He literally said that last night on stage, Brown, to me. He goes, usually you don't know what you're talking about. You'll ask a question, and I will answer something totally that has nothing to do with your question, because it's something I want to talk about.
And
he laughed in my face about it, and we laughed about it. But that's what he said. He's like, sometimes you don't know what you're talking about when you ask me a question, so I'll hear your question and then talk about what I want to talk about. And so last night, he obviously wanted to get this off his chest a little bit, right?
There's no doubt. I mean, he came to this event knowing this topic, either knowing it would come up or knowing it would potentially come up. And I'm with Lance. This is something he's had in the holster, looking for the best possible time to share it. Now, why he chose last night, I don't know. That's a Nick Saban question. Describe the room. Were there, would you call that money people in the room? Local money people? What was the room?
The room was World Games Organizing Committee.
Okay, those are all local Birmingham businessmen, though, right?
Yeah, and that was some of them.
Yeah.
And then it was local politicians, and then it was a room full of the biggest and brightest, the business people of Central Alabama that were there. They had tables.
A lot of money.
It was a high dollar event.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, and it was
that's obvious.
It was a big event. I mean, these were the people that funded the World Games coming to Birmingham. I mean, this has been I think I heard last night somebody said they started the process in 2012 to get the World Games here. In 2012. So they have worked a decade to this event that's coming up in 49 days.
They got moved because of the pandemic.
That's right.
Yeah, which was also, by the way, financially not in the plan. So they took these business people that's bringing this great event to Alabama, took the hit for the extra time that they've absorbed all that staffing and everything, the build out and everything that's going on. So yeah, those are the people that were in the room. And not all of them were Alabama fans either. When Nick Saban walked out, I joked to somebody afterwards, only about 3/4 of the room stood up. I mean, there's a quarter.
Standing ovation?
Yeah, 3/4 of the room gave him a standing ovation. A quarter of the room stayed seated. And I assume they were Auburn fans or other schools. Maybe some Aggie fans were there.
Maybe so. Well, boy, they got an earful. So, yeah, again, the guy is calculated. We've seen him, I know we joked with you, but we've seen him in press conferences go off on one of those rants. He goes, I don't even know what you asked me, but I just wanted to say that. I mean, this guy is calculated. I was thinking about this today. I was thinking about it this morning, and you guys might remember something I don't remember. But I was thinking there's no way he calls out Texas A&M by accident, right? There's no way that just slipped out of Nick Saban's mouth, and he's like, God, I wish I hadn't done that. And I started thinking, has the guy ever said anything? He's been in Alabama 15 years. Has he ever said anything where he had to follow up with a statement saying, either I regret that I said that, or, here, let me clarify what I was saying. I don't remember him doing that.
Yeah, I think one time.
Maybe one time?
I think there was a war reference.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Well, there was a Pearl Harbor reference.
Yeah,
it was after they lost to La Mo. That was his first year.
Yep, but I think he had to clarify that a little bit.
Yeah, maybe so. But
I think that was the only time. And
that's what I'm saying. This guy's
he
really
ain't clarifying
calculated.
this one.
No, he meant to say that last night.
Stephen, I don't care if they buy him or not. We usually do pretty well regardless of rule changes, and we'll hang 50 on A&M this fall. Nick Saban does have a pretty good team this year, and Texas A&M comes to Tuscaloosa. It's a good time to be writing checks, right? Good chance Will Anderson and those guys on defense can back it up, right?
Yeah. I mean, you hope. You're right. This is a great Jimbo Fisher chose to write a check last year, and to his credit, backed it up against Alabama.
I'll tell you who loves this, our friends at ATEX.
You think that ticket price going up?
Yeah.
Dan says, Jim, isn't this pretty much what Lane Kiffin said a few months ago? Getting the GOAT to say the same thing within the SEC family could trigger the NCAA to act and enforce further rules down the road. They'll be happy to keep playing the long game and have members beg for their return to oversight. Yeah, I mean, the NCAA does seem like they're on their last leg, especially if you listen to Gene Smith, the AD at Ohio State, who's one of the biggest voices talking about football pulling away from the NCAA and letting the major conferences run college football and the NCAA run everything else. And, you know, what oversight would be there if we pulled college football away by the Power Fives? I don't know if there would be any oversight. So Dan may be right here. This may be one thing that keeps the NCAA in the mix.
Well, you know, so the February comments from Ole Miss coach Lane Kiffin, and here's the quote. Texas A&M was going to incur a luxury tax in how much they paid for their signing class. And then Jimbo bounced back with clown act and irresponsible as hell. Did Sankey not get involved at that point?
I did think he had a conversation with him about
let's ease this down a little bit.
Yeah, decorum within coaches inside the league.
How does he handle this with Nick Saban?
I don't know. It looks like we're going to be able
full street sweeper.
It looks like we're going to have this, by the way, live.
Okay,
Can't
top
wait.
Top of the hour. When we come back, we'll roll commercial free as long as Jimbo Fisher talks next.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We start a new hour here, hour number 2. Here is a live look in College Station right here. That's the podium Jimbo Fisher is going to take in a second to likely respond to Nick Saban's comments last night on NIL and recruiting that he made here in Birmingham. All that's coming up this hour of the show, being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Distilling.
Hey, locally owned and operated, their aim at Redmont, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite simple classic gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free, 8 times distilled. Charles Barkley on the show, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka and Vulcan Gin, said yesterday, 20 states it's available in now. Pick up a bottle.
I legit have not been this excited about a press conference in a long time.
I haven't either.
Because Jimbo is just that type that I can't.
No, I could see his representation say, hey, look, Jimbo.
It's the same guy that represents Saban. Don't forget that.
You want to know, he will say, I worked with Nick at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
That phrase will come up at some point. You got $1 on that? I worked with Nick at LSU. He will say that phrase at some point. $1?
Yeah, that he doesn't include Nick and LSU together, yeah.
You say he will not include Nick and LSU. Oh, I worked with him at LSU. He will say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with that.
He will say that. Okay, $1 on that.
I just love this. I just think Jimbo I think Jimbo's just got enough. Look, I mean, I grew up in Calhoun County, so I could say this, I think.
He's got enough neck in him.
He's got enough neck in him just to.
He does, and he's got balls.
Yeah, he's pissed, and he's going to say it.
Well,
I don't care who hears it.
The fact that they have put together a news conference with live links this quick of a turnaround. I mean, we are just about 14 hours away from the comments when they were made. It's a pretty quick turnaround in a non-game week for a school to flip this out. And this was not a scheduled news conference.
Oh, gosh, no. This is a hastily scheduled news conference.
Yeah. Last night, Alabama coach Nick Saban singled out Texas A&M and others for, quote, buying the top signing class in college football this last year. It was a question that I asked him last night, talking about name, image, and likeness and how Alabama has sort of taken a marathoner's approach to the NIL race when others have sprinted into the NIL race. And while talking to a bunch of local business leaders celebrating the 50-day countdown to the World Games, Nick Saban gave his comments that we played earlier for you. from our friends at AL.com. So Jimbo Fisher will be taking the podium in just a second, and we'll bring that to you, brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. Make the call today. My good friend Chris Stewart. It's a lifetime warranty. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. 45% off the retail price right now. Cap it, don't snap it. You don't want to get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Have you been asked to do a bunch of national stuff yet?
I was asked to give a couple of comments.
Just make sure you wear our gear.
Yeah, that's right.
I turned them both down.
Oh,
so
Jim.
far.
We need the pub.
What am I going to say about this?
You just say whatever they ask you. Yeah,
yeah.
You were there.
So there was 1,000 people there. I have nothing to say on this.
We just need our merch store and our app promoted, YouTube channel.
We'll do it a different way.
Oh, there goes the bottle.
They brought Jimbo water.
Jimbo's got water.
They can't afford the sponsorship. They're paying all their players.
So there's the podium. They have taken.
Or is that vodka?
They have taken the label off the water, which means they don't have the proper water there. They've got
it all ready for this. Yeah.
They've got a deal with a different company that supplies their soda, their water, or their beer, and they have the wrong water.
Well, they didn't have the press room stocked because they didn't expect Jimbo to be back in this room until August. So they're like, Coach needs water. Well, we don't have the water that we got the sponsor for. You run down to the Circle K and you get them a bottle of water and rip that label off.
Major bone for Opportune. I don't know what business that is.
Yeah,
but they're getting they're getting a little free pub here.
They're about to get some national run, aren't they?
Is Jimbo Fisher going to be opportunistic with his comments today?
Visor or no visor hat or just hair?
Hadn't shaved either.
Yeah, unshaven.
I think he goes hat.
I'm going to say unshaven, fresh off the ranch out of the shower.
Oh, here he comes. I am so fired up for
let's
this.
listen in. Jimbo Fisher. Let's go ahead and take it. Here we go. Everybody's checking their audio levels. This is live. Jimbo Fisher.
Always hot.
Coach,
Look at him.
Like to respond to some comments made last night in Alabama. Audio levels good.
First of all, I'll say it's a shame that we have to do
Coach,
this.
Like to respond
really
to
despicable.
some comments made last night.
It's despicable
in
that
Alabama.
somebody can say things about somebody and an organization. More importantly,
it's a shame
17-year-old kids.
we have to do this.
You're taking shots at 17-year-old kids and their families. Hey, they
It's
broke state
despicable that
laws.
Somebody can say things about
They're,
somebody.
they're,
and
they're all
more
money.
importantly,
We bought every player on this
17-year-old
group.
kids.
We never bought anybody.
You're
No
taking
rules
shots
were
at
broken.
17-year-old
Nothing
kids
was
and their
done wrong.
families.
It was all
They
in the,
broke
and
state laws.
the way we do things, the ethics in
And
which we do
they're
things.
all money.
And these
We
families,
bought
it's
every player
despicable
on this group.
that a
We never
reputable
bought
head
anybody.
coach
No rules were broken.
could come out
Nothing
and
was
say this
done wrong.
when he doesn't get
It was
his
all
way
in the- and
or things
the way
don't
we
go
do
his
things,
way.
the ethics in which we do
The
things.
narcissist in him
And these families,
doesn't
it's
allow those
despicable
things to happen.
That a reputable
It's
head coach
ridiculous. But when
could
he's
come
not
out
on
and say
top,
this.
and
When
the
he doesn't
parity in
get
college
his way,
football he's been talking
or
about,
things don't go his way.
go talk to coaches who
The
coach for him.
narcissist in him.
You'll
doesn't
find out
allow
all the
those things
parity.
to
Go
happen.
dig into wherever he's
It's
been.
ridiculous, but when
You can
when
find
he's
out
not on
anything.
top,
And it's a shame.
parity
You got to
in
sit here and
college football,
defend 17-year-old kids and families. And Texas A&M, because we do things right, we're always going to do things right. But we're always going to be here. We're doing a heck of a job. These coaches have done a great job. Our players have done a great job. The whole organization of recruiting people. It's despicable that we got to sit there at this level of ball and say these things to defend the people of this organization, the kids, 17-year-old kids and their families. It's amazing. Some people think they're God. Go dig into how God did his deal. You may find out about a guy that a lot of things you don't want to know. We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past or anybody that's ever coached with him. You can find out anything you want to find out, what he does and how he does it. And it's despicable. It really is. And it's a shame we have to sit up here and have this conversation about things we do. And it's personal to us? Yes, it is. It's personal to A&M. It's personal to our players. It's personal to our coaches and everybody involved. And I know the guy. Know him really well. It's amazing that we're allowed to do those things. It's really despicable. And I hate it for our players who are coming here, who did things the right way, have done things the right way, and will continue to do things the right way. I apologize to you that people insult you publicly the way they're doing it. And our fans, I apologize to you guys for people saying those things about Texas A&M. But promise you this, there are no violations. There are nothing wrong. It's the second time we've had to do this with grown men who don't get their way and want to pout, throw a fit, and act up. Just go ask all the people who work for him. You'll know exactly what he's about. I always said this. My dad always told me this. When people show you who they are, believe them. He's showing you who he is.
Questions? To the left, Olin.
A couple of things, Jimbo. First of all, have you had any contact with Nick since?
No. Oh, he's called.
You just didn't take the call?
Not going to. We're done.
And
he shows you who he is.
And then I just wanted to.
He's the greatest ever, huh?
And then I just wanted
when you
to.
got all the advantages, it's easy.
And I just wanted to just put it point blank. So, no players in your. You're saying that no players in
There's
this
no
22
bylaws of
received
anything we
any money
ever
or-
promised, done, anything that goes against the laws of the state of Texas, and it's insulting to say a 17-year-old and his family broke laws. No.
Down front, Brent.
You know, y'all have both spoken so highly of each other in the past in terms of what y'all have done in your previous relationship. So how disappointing was it to hear that from him, you know, in terms of, you know, a mentor type to you
It's
as well?
disappointing. No, it wasn't. No, listen, you coach with people like Bobby Bowden and learn how to do things. You coach with other people and learn how not to do things. There's a reason people don't go, I ain't went back and worked for him with opportunities.
Coach back behind
Don't
the
be
lights.
associated with it.
Coach, is this an area where you would want to see the league office and the SEC, the commissioner's office, get involved if coaches are putting out specific accusations
Yeah,
of
that's
violation?
their job. That's fine. I'm sure they will. They'll reprimand or say something, and we'll move on, I guess. But this is about our players and Texas A&M and the people who work for and the coaches here. That's what this is about. And make a mistake, we're not going anywhere. We have still a lot of work to do. We're not where we want to be. This is going to be a great program, and we're building it into a great program.
Any other questions down front, Travis?
I know everyone saw the initial post from Sliced Bread or whatever, but where do you feel like this is coming from?
You got me. Sliced bread. Well, but I mean, when coaches say that, come on, man. Especially, never mind. The operation and tactics of certain people who say them, and anybody who coached with him know them, and anybody out there in this business knows it. Amazing. Just go where he's been.
And I know that you don't necessarily, you can't have the conversation with people who do NILs or have that contact, but would you like to see the collective that does
I
support
would like to
A&M?
find unified rules across this country to put things in place. That's what I want. And I don't know what those are. I'm not smart enough to figure it out. I don't know what the antitrust laws, all those bylaws. So the government needs to step in because these things here. And what's funny, in that talk, right before he said that about us, wasn't he soliciting funds from the crowd? It's amazing, wasn't it?
To the left, Rob.
When you walk on water, I guess it don't matter.
Howdy, Coach. So you've told us how you don't look at social media. Tell us about when you found out about. I'm right here, Coach.
Mark Robinson called me.
Okay, and how important was it for you to have this press conference so that you could defend your players and your
I'm not
program?
defending anybody. I'm just giving you the truth. Because I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide, and our program has nothing to hide. Be interesting if everybody could say that.
Down front, Brent.
Is there some thought on collectives, you know, schools, programs, collectives, universities, collectives? Are you aware of what they do, how they go about it, and
No, I'm
so
not.
forth? Okay.
I'm
So
not
you have
involved in
no
those circles.
knowledge of any of
They
that
have
in terms of-
collectives. I know there's a collective here. I don't know who's got what, when's got what. Had no idea last year. That is not what we do or what we're about.
I was going to say, that's by design, you saying, hey, I'm staying out of this. and you do
Yeah, I
what you
mean,
do.
how am I going to, I mean, I have no sponsorships in those things. And that's the truth. Listen, I'm going to tell you one thing. You can call me anything you want to call me. You ain't calling me a cheat. I don't cheat and I don't lie. So I learned that when I was a kid. If you did, the old man slapped you side of the head. Maybe somebody should have slapped him. But that's one thing you don't. Now you're fooling with their name. That don't, from Texas A&M's name, you're saying with those kids' name and our name. I'll put it with any of them.
Front left, Olin.
Coach SEC.
I ain't into that. I wasn't raised that way.
Yeah, Jimbo, SEC spring meetings are coming up, the media days in a couple of months, and then October 8th, what do you think that's, is it
fun,
going to
won't
be
it?
awkward
And awkward about what?
when you have to face it or have to?
I don't mind confrontation. Lived with it my whole life. Kind of like it myself.
Anything else? Rob, and then Travis.
Backing away from it wasn't the way I was raised.
Coach, what do you say to your players about something like this?
Keep doing the right things and believe in yourself. And I'm sorry that people say those things about you, but I will defend you because I know nothing was wrong. That's what it's about. Talking about setting examples for players and creating value and all those good, talks he has. You know what I mean? Live it. It's amazing.
We'll go Travis and then Brent.
When you talk about uniform legislation,
Setting a hell of an example.
When you talk about uniform legislation, would you like to see that the schools be able to have a little bit more ability to?
Listen, I don't know that. I don't know what's right. It just needs to be uniform across the board. And it's hard because the government's going to have to get involved with it. I'm not into that. I just know that what we did was nothing wrong, was not done the wrong way, nothing was promised, nothing was deal, and we didn't buy any players.
You've been in this business a long time.
A long time. And
Seen a lot of things.
It's disgusting to what we're into right now, especially by the people who are throwing the darts, who have no glass in their house.
So my question was, is this the most upset, disappointed, angry you've been about something in your coaching career?
It's despicable for what it does for the sport. And the operations, the way things were done the other way, when the parity was there, like we said, never has been parity. Certain people never follow the rules anyway.
Do you suspect Nick has bent the rules?
No, I didn't say that. It's my statement.
All right, Coach. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing this.
All right. Yeah, right there at the end, though, you can't do what Jimbo Fisher just did and then be that weak at the end. Because if you didn't hear the last, now, first of all, that was spectacular.
Yeah, the last question was,
are you saying Nick Saban broke the rules? No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Well, you just did a whole press conference saying that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that was weak at the end. Now, Jimbo, I'll give him credit for coming out shooting with both guns.
I counted despicable 6 times.
Oh, that was his word today.
Yeah.
Despicable 6 times.
God, czar, walk on water,
Yeah.
narcissist.
Yeah. Go look at anywhere he's been. You'll see what he's all about. Maybe somebody should have hit him.
We're done.
Didn't take his call.
I told you there's one guy I won't shake his hand in this world, and I don't see them patching this thing up.
No, Alabama beats Texas A&M 40-21 at Bryant-Denny this year.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
Pre-game handshake?
No.
Post-game handshake?
Nope.
Well, this goes back to actually Nick Saban involved in this other one when Dennis Franchione refused to go shake his hand before the game, if you'll remember, down in Baton Rouge. That's the only other time I've really seen something like that. I mean, most of the time, as much as coaches hate one another, they can at least act civil at midfield before the game and have a little pat on the back and handshake. Dennis Franchione refused to do that with Nick Saban because his players were his players were buying into that.
Right. He was fueling a fire to pull an upset down in Baton Rouge, and they beat their eyes out.
His players were on the field stretching, yelling at Dennis Franchione, "Don't go shake his hand."
Shard Williams and those
Don't
guys.
you go shake his hand.
As much as Saban came with the flamethrower last night, that was basically a nuclear bomb.
It was, yes.
B writes in, I bet Saban's in his office rolling right now. Dave, LT, that bridge wasn't burned. It just got blown up.
Dave, you're dead on.
That was napalm.
Yeah. You can't come back from this.
Goose says Jimbo's patting himself on the back right now thinking he came out shining. He looks worse.
That's not a good look. I'm surprised that he came out and completely scorched earth like that. I mean, I'm not because of the timing of this. We kind of had a feeling. I didn't think it would go that bad. But he needed to collect himself a little bit more. And, the old count to 10, I'm bad at that myself.
Yeah.
Jimbo needed to count to 10.
We had all night.
Gino, that was a bitch fit. I don't know what that means, but doesn't sound good. Dirty Def did Bobby Bowden teach him how to handle Jameis Winston? Brooks, this is coming from a guy that tried to cover up for Jameis Winston. Jack, be specific, asshole. Saban said what he meant, but Jimbo makes vague accusations.
And that's my problem with what Jimbo just did there. Trust me, for what we do, I love every minute of that. but you can't get to the end of it and then somebody say, so are you saying Nick Saban has cheated? I didn't say that. Well, you just did 9 minutes calling the guy every name in the book and saying, go look at where he's been and you'll see what he's really about. I mean, either say it or don't say it. You can't be vague like that if you're going to bring the flamethrower.
Philip says that looked like a petulant child throwing a tantrum. David, Saban now living rent-free in Jimbo's head. Dirty Deaf, I like how Jimbo doesn't know the laws he said he didn't break.
So you were in the crowd
gosh.
last night.
That's
Jimbo
incredible.
said, the ironic thing is he's actually soliciting money for the people he was talking to.
He did not do that. That did not happen.
There was no
more of a
solicitation.
fundraiser for the World Games, right?
It was a thank you to the World Games, and it was really a World Games event that the coaches were there for. Now, in my question, I think he may have been confusing me, thinking I was one of the coaches. I had said there are a lot of business people here who may, contribute to NIL, which is true. I mean, we have, the NIL deals that we do with Alabama and Auburn and UAB athletes are businesses in Birmingham who, get a service by having people like Montana Fouts endorse Summit tree stands with us once a week. That's an NIL deal that we have worked out through Montana Fouts representation and folks at Summit Trees. So there were probably people in that room last night. I don't know if Summit Trees were there. I don't know if Crane Works were there, but the people who have had some NIL deals with us. So I was referencing before the question that, there are people in this room that are going to be the supporters of NIL for Alabama programs, Auburn programs, UAB programs. What do you think about NIL? Where are we on NIL? And that's how we got into the conversation. Mark says, boy, I need a cigarette after that. Laughing emojis.
That was incredible. I mean, I've never in my life seen anything like that. Have you guys?
No. In fact, I will compare this to one other moment in my career that it felt surreal that it was happening. And when we come back, I'll see, because you were there too.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'll see if you can draw any reference to this. It just doesn't seem real that it's happening. Part of our show is being brought to you by our man, Dr. B. Again, LT in another hat today because his hair's growing so fast. He's going to have a big unveil coming up tomorrow. But Dr. B,
you take it off and just do that.
That would be hilarious. Dr. B's got that hair growing in.
Unfortunately, the older you get, things start to fall apart, fall out. My hair started to notice it was getting a little thinner this year. Asked around, everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein, set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose a non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And make sure you tell him the next round sent you.
Antoine, Jimbo had a slip of the tongue saying we don't pay any players. Robert says, thanks for keeping Saban at Bama 10 more years. Gino says, Jimbo probably thought that was Scott Cochran sitting next to Nick. We've got phone calls and a lot more when we come back right here on the next round, brought to you in part by the great folks at Bud Light. Bud Light Next, 0 carbs, 80 calories wherever you buy beer.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Before we get back to the phones, a real quick leaderboard update. PGA Championship sort of taking the back burner today on national news that college football is dominating. But we are underway round 1 of the PGA Championship at Southern Hills out in Tulsa, and our leaderboard updates brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire.
Yeah, again, take your car by, get a look at the tires, wheel alignment, and more bumper to bumper. They can do it for you and your family. 4 locations, a 5th location coming soon. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Pretty good scoring conditions right now. Rory McIlroy taking advantage of them. 4 under par as he plays his 8th hole. He started on the back 9 with Tiger and Jordan Spieth. He's got a 1-shot lead over Max Homa, Will Zalatoris, Justin Rose, John Daly hanging in there, by the way, at 2 under, just 2 shots back. Tiger Woods in that group with Rory is at 1 under par.
1 under for Tiger, and he birdied the first hole, so he's
Even
been
since
pars ever since.
That's right.
So interesting. A beautiful day out in Tulsa so far, and not too windy, and a beautiful course. So the PGA Championship rolls on. We'll open up the phone lines, 205-734-0923. 734-0923. Mine doesn't have the call there, but I see one blinking. Who do you have?
Chad in Gadsden is next. Hello, Chad. How are you?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Look, I feel like I always preface, every time I call, I always say I'm an Auburn fan, but I am an Auburn fan. But I'm 1,000% behind Saban on this. And I wanted to make a few points. First off, there is no comparison between Jimbo and Saban. When you look at Jimbo minus Jameis Winston, what has he done?
That gets brought up a lot by you, Lance. Jimbo minus Jameis Winston.
Look, he had a couple of good years. He's had one good year at Texas A&M, but to me, he's a good coach, but he's not an elite coach. I agree with you.
Well, and you look at Saban, and he's done so many things with so many different quarterbacks, including Jake Coker. So I think if you just compare apples to apples, there is no comparison. Back when the NIL was getting started, and then we had the Deion Sanders $1 million thing, I talked to my stepson. He's a big Bama fan, and I said, there's about to be a shift. I said, because Texas has all that oil money, the Texas schools, maybe all the way down to Texas Tech, are going to start getting better players. And I said, you may see Alabama not winning the mythical recruiting national title every year because of that. And I don't feel like Saban meant. I don't think that he was trying to imply that A&M is breaking the rules per se, but I think he's frustrated because he knows he's a better coach. He knows he's got a better program, but yet he knows he's going to lose some players because the oil money is going to be able to convince them to come, whether it's within the rules or not. I think it's still a frustration. I also want to say, if, like Jimbo very strongly inferred, if Saban has been cheating all this whole time, I think most of us would agree that if he's doing that probably every major school is as well. And what it comes down to, if that's the case, is kids know a winner when they see one. If I was not 42 years old and beat up and I was getting recruited, there's nobody in the world I'd rather play with than Saban. So to me, I think everything Jimbo said is kind of garbage. Plus he answered one question, well, I don't have to defend them. They didn't do anything wrong. Then later on, he said, I'll defend them. Don't know if you guys noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
There was a lot of that, yeah. The best part, thank you, Chad. The best part is we did not do one single thing that is illegal in the state of Texas. That's a pretty heavy qualifier, right?
For
the state of Texas.
And what he's talking about there is that during that time, I don't know if they've changed the rule like Alabama has, but Texas could not benefit as a high school athlete off of name, image, and likeness. So if you're putting the name, image, and likeness cart before the horse, before you're on the college campus, you're a high school athlete. So by Texas law, and it was that way in Alabama until I think we recently just pulled that law off the books, that you cannot benefit from name, image, and likeness as a high school player. So that's what he's talking about when he's saying we didn't violate any Texas laws as a 17-year-old.
Yeah, again, glad we had this press conference, but having an impromptu press conference and not having anything scripted, this is what's going to get Jimbo in trouble because he was all over the place. And you can't take that back. And, we got PGA Championship going on. We've got the Stanley Cup playoffs. We've got the NBA playoffs. I think this leads SportsCenter tonight.
Oh, I mean, it is. You're right. And usually college football doesn't lead SportsCenter unless it's
a game,
or a Saturday of a game. So that would be a big story. Nick Saban was number one on the ESPN.com list today of stories. He called him a narcissist.
Yes, he did.
Some people think they're God. Right? Mm-hmm. He said that.
Walk on water. This guy walks on water, yeah. The funny part was, so I guess some people think they're God. Well, go ask God how he...
He said, yeah.
So funny.
Look, there's a lot that is really good with that. I think you're going to see a ton of memes from that. This thing is going to be all over the place. But dig in. He told him to dig in.
Oh, I know.
On Saban.
We're not going anywhere.
Yep.
Yeah. No, he was talking about digging on what Nick Saban, the way he's been operating. He talks about parity. Talk to people that have worked for him. There's a reason people won't work for him.
Jimbo's saying that's the reason I didn't go back to work for him, because Nick Saban wanted to hire Jimbo Fisher in Tuscaloosa.
Nick Saban, have you talked to Nick? Oh, he tried to call.
Yeah.
Oh, he tried to call.
We're done.
I wish somebody would have said, if Nick Saban was in this room right now, how does that go down? Because he said he wasn't afraid of confrontation.
Yeah. Yet he would not back up when given the opportunity to say, are you saying Nick Saban's cheated?
Because
I didn't say that.
You've got a different example. You teased it before going to break.
Oh, yeah.
People were asking me, is this Calipari and John Chaney again?
This reminds me.
You remember that, though?
I do. And that was surreal, too.
I wasn't there for that.
But I've always felt basketball, and I don't know why this is different, basketball and football coaches, but basketball coaches, they play so many games, and they're allowed to, they get technicals and work the officials on the sidelines in a close area. I've always felt like rifts between basketball coaches are pretty commonplace, it seems, and almost expected. And you see them yelling at each other sometimes, during handshake lines or afterwards or in news conferences. But this whole situation right now is starting to remind me of Mike Price and the open board of trustees meeting and him getting fired publicly. And I kept sitting there the whole day thinking to myself, am I watching this happen? Really, this is happening in major college football? And now I'm sitting here watching, Jimbo Fisher hold a news conference after what Nick Saban said at a luncheon or dinner last night, and it almost it has that surreal glow around the edges for me, like this is almost a dream, like I'm going to wake up in my bed at some point and it's going to be the day of this event. And as they are pointing out in the chat room, Kevin says, if Dunaway only asks about mayonnaise or mustard on your sandwich is the last question, does any of this really ever happen?
Nick, do you like mayonnaise?
There are unspoken rules in coaching. I think we all know that. And this is almost like the head of a crime family saying this guy's got buried bodies. I mean, that's basically what it is.
No, you're right.
I mean, code has been broken.
No, code is dead. Yeah, code has been broken. There's no doubt. But I feel like, and we've only seen Lane Kiffin weigh in, and he's tweeting right now about it, by the way. Lane Kiffin is.
Shocked.
Yeah, I know. Stunning. We've only seen or heard Lane Kiffin weigh in. Like, if we got down in Destin and Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher left the room, and Greg Sankey said, all right, 12 other coaches in here. Raise your hand if you're on Nick Saban's side on this. How many coaches raise their hand, do you think? Just on the beef. I'm just talking on the beef, Saban versus Fisher. What I'm telling you is I think Jimbo Fisher, Lance said the code has been broken. I think the code has been broken because Jimbo Fisher, whatever it is that these coaches viewed that Jimbo Fisher did, I think people feel like Jimbo, I think a lot of coaches in the Southeastern Conference, if not all others than Jimbo, all 13 others, feel like Jimbo went too far.
Yeah, well,
that's what I feel like.
I don't disagree with that, but for Saban to publicly come out with it, I think that was probably a little much, because I think you probably can wait 2 weeks and, hey, look, in front of everybody, including Greg Sankey, then you hash this out.
I think Kirby would be on Saban's side.
No doubt.
Because Kirby is a have right now, not a have-not.
That's right.
Right? Defending national champion. He's a playoff contender, really good at recruiting. So he'd be in the have category. And no matter what the discussion is around the history of the world, the haves never want to change.
Yep.
And the have-nots always want to change, right?
Right.
So George is a have. So he'd definitely be there. I think Lane Kiffin has already expressed that he would be on Saban's side in this discussion.
There's no doubt he's on Saban's side.
Well, and he still drops Roll Tide.
Yeah, there's no doubt he's on Saban's side.
Mark Stoops said yesterday, man, every recruit now is asking about money. Yep. How much? I think Stoops would side with Nick Saban as well, that, we've gone down this road, and this isn't really the road we want to be in. I'm glad the players are able to get money, but it shouldn't be part of the recruiting process. It should be after you get on campus to be able to use your name, image, and likeness. Now we get to a gray area, Brown, where if I'm...
Well, some of the have-nots. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
If I'm Josh Heupel, I've got an opportunity here
Well, I got a quarterback.
I got a quarterback. I'm paying maybe $8 million according to reports.
I probably don't need to beat the drum too loudly, do I?
So I'm thinking he's siding with Jimbo.
Right.
I don't really. Brian Kelly's new to this. He's trying to shake up his roster. He's in a hotbed where they even pay for governors. So I'm going to say he goes with Jimbo there. So right now I got three versus three, and I don't know where I don't know enough about Brian Harsin to know. I feel like Brian Harson's going to be a moderate. He's going to stay right down the middle of the aisle here.
I saw somebody today say, and think about this, Brian Kelly has come into a league where he now has to go to an SEC meeting with all these coaches in this room. He used to be at Notre Dame where it was just him.
He was an independent.
It was an independent. I don't go to these. Brian Kelly in a couple of weeks is going to stroll in. He's going to be, what have I gotten myself into?
What do we do here?
Yeah. I mean, he's going to walk right into a firestorm.
Yeah.
He's never had to do this.
He's going to walk through, for the first time ever at the SEC the meetings down in Destin, he'll walk through a metal detector probably to make sure nobody's packing heat.
Sankey's patting them down.
Let's go to Ben in Birmingham. He's next. What's up, Ben? How are you?
I'm great, guys. First off, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, listening to Jimbo Fisher, he sounds like a damn whiny-ass kid. I mean, and here's the thing. What Nick Saban said, it was truth. It's absolutely truth. I mean, they are, and this is everywhere. Alabama, too. And Alabama, and he's saying, well, we're not buying our players. They're buying players in Tuscaloosa. They've been doing it for years. Nothing's changed with that. And it's not going to change. But Texas A&M pretty much has bought all their players. That was a true comment. The kid that flipped from Florida State over to Jackson State, the second comment Nick Saban made last night about Deion and Jackson State, if Jackson State didn't write the check, but they had a booster who was willing to pay that money, and that was known up front, or that kid would have never came to Florida State. I mean, flipped from Florida State over to Jackson State. And he's so right. Like, I don't see why people are frustrated with Nick Saban's comments. It's all true.
Well,
every bit of it. Now, he should have been his thing maybe and not said anything.
Am I right, Ben? Didn't Deion? I mean, it was sort of a bragging point that he was able to get into the mix with that athlete to steal him away, right? Yeah.
Exactly. He had interviews on ESPN and everywhere else the next 2 days that followed that. Took up all the time he could on TV, which that's what he's supposed to do, and good for him. But the first thing he did was he was on TV. We got this guy. We landed this guy. And then the money part came out. And last year it was a bragging point for Alabama that Bryce Young was making over $1 million and all that stuff. We're in a bidding war. And if they do not put a stop to it or a cap on it or something, it's going to be the haves and the have-nots. And Alabama, no offense to our state, but Alabama and Auburn cannot win in that world. They're not going to. Texas, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, USC, those guys can get into a bidding war and they can win all day long. And I don't get why people are mad at Nick Saban. He's right. There needs to be a cap. I mean, on everything. Look, put it where you can't get paid as an incoming freshman, but $50,000 a year. Okay, great. Your second year you can make up to mid six figures, and third year $1 million, and senior year if you come back for that fourth year you can make whatever you're offered to make that year. That's great.
But Ben,
if they don't put a cap on it,
flip side of it though, Ben.
College.
Flip side of it though, Ben. If we put a cap on it, and you talked about always buying players and all this, if you put a cap on it, and I say you can only make $50,000 your first year, do you believe that all the programs would only spend $50,000, or would we just be back where we were?
Oh, God, no. It would just have to be hit a lot better.
Yeah.
I mean, they were buying players in the 60s and 70s, and I'm old enough where I'm mid-40s. We've had season tickets forever with my dad, and I remember going to games in the 80s and just loved every bit of it. But those guys were getting paid. And then mid-20s, I'm going in the the late 90s and stuff. We weren't good under Dubose, but those kids were getting played. I mean, they were getting paid, all of them, and that's been happening for years. And I know that they go to the Red Elephant Club or Texas A&M Club, and they've got those $500 handshakes, and they've been getting paid for years. And nothing's wrong with that. And these kids deserve to get paid. I mean, they're making millions for their university. But if they don't put some cap or some limit on it, it's just, I mean, it's like baseball. The Yankees can outbid everybody every single year. And if you don't put some kind of cap on it, they're going to buy the best players, and they're basically buying those trophies, not winning those trophies. And there's got to be some kind of stop to it. I mean, it's not stopping it completely, but make it where they at least have to hide it or lie about it like it was in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yeah, don't show us how the sausage is made, is what you're saying.
Thank you, man. Yeah.
Interesting. Phone calls keep coming in. We appreciate that so much. Also, the chat room blowing up there. Record number of chats thus far today. We appreciate that over there. Chat room today being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to call home, Montevallo is that place for you. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu to schedule an in-person tour or find out why your son or daughter, a rising junior or senior could be called home at Montevallo, the University of Montevallo. 21 Division II scholarship sports, including a growing athletic department, including lacrosse, which had a successful season again. I think back-to-back conference champions. In search of a new men's basketball coach right now. It's the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. More phone calls and a lot more when we come back on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness Challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months. And even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jimbo Fisher's news conference earlier to start the top of the hour has already made it around to Sports Center on one of our TVs down here on main ESPN. Aggravated Aggie was the tease graphic, the bottom third going to break. Aggravated Aggie. And they're playing a long clip, at least a minute so far. Still going. Still going. Still going. Still going.
Boy, he is wide-eyed.
Oh, he is so pissed.
Still going. Still. In fact, we're going to have to take JD in Huntsville next before Jimbo Fisher's through talking. JD is up next. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. You heard him say, I think he said in one part of that was, if you listen to somebody long enough, they'll tell you who they are.
Yep.
He just told everybody who he is. He's a crying baby that he protests too much. So anybody that goes that far to defend themselves more times than not, I mean, anybody if you talk to any psychologist, they'll tell you, well, they're lying. They've got a lot to hide, and that's why they're going crazy about it. But I don't think Nick Saban, did he say in his comments that Texas A&M broke the rules?
Did not.
Did he say that?
No, he didn't.
No, he did not.
I think what he was saying was, listen, they did this, and like every other change in college football, I guess we're going to have to show them how it's done.
Yep.
You look at every change in college football, whenever it happens, Nick Saban adapts, he changes, he does it bigger and better, and he keeps winning. And I think that's what he was saying. And Jimbo I've always thought he was kind of like that anyway, but that's just who he is. But you'll see. I mean, Saban will do that, and he'll open it up, and everybody will cry and say, oh, it's not fair. Alabama's got the best players and this and that. Somebody said, well, they don't have the money. You don't think Saban has the power? I mean, he's got Mercedes. You don't think he's got sources to go out and get money for players if that's the way we're going to do it?
Well, I mean, if you're starting to go war chest to war chest, I think, Ohio State, Texas A&M would be two of the bigger ones you would have to battle against. But I think when it comes to funding of college football, Alabama over the years since the 1920s have been willing to pay just about any price to be one of the best programs in college football. So I think they could pay whatever they had to pay to stay relevant, yes.
And the last caller that was talking about all the players, they're getting paid. I have a very good friend that works for a national recruiting site, and he tells me every five-star kid is getting something before all this NIL even started. The only ones that ever would get caught were the ones where the family members or the hangers-on would complain because they weren't getting their fair share, or they didn't think that, and they started talking, like the Laramie Tunsil situation with his stepdad or whatever. Everybody else, they kept it quiet. Jimbo just opened it up, and now I think you're right. You're going to have 13 against 1 at the SEC meeting.
Yeah. Thank you, JD. It may not be 13, but I think there's a lot of support.
Part of our show being brought to you by LT's Right. Ironically, right now, are Mercedes from our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale.
Yeah, if you want to get in one, our friend Drew Shields out at Exclusive Auto Wholesale, they can hook you up. Inventory at an all-time low for most dealerships. not for our friends at EAW. Make sure you stop in, see them today. They can definitely take care of you. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, they are obsessed with making sure every client feels like a lifelong friend. The experience second to none, and Exclusive Auto Wholesale makes it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around for 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team know that everyone's time matters. They work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.com right now. You can also stop by, see their incredible showroom located at 2630 Pelham Parkway. Make sure you tell Drew Shields and the team there that the next round sent you.
Just passing on from Barrett Sallee, I haven't heard this. Barrett is saying that Rick Neuheisel and Sean Farnham are hosting SiriusXM College 84 this afternoon at 3:30. Their scheduled guest, Alabama head coach Nick Saban. So the next step in this
will be a Nick Saban reply.
Yeah, 3:30 this afternoon.
I will be tuning in.
Well, I mean, do you want to call over there and see if he wants to jump on with us right now?
I'm fine. Yeah. He's welcome to jump on.
Make a call. We'll see if he wants to jump on here. Rockstar, I'm sorry to do this, but can you give us a 65-second viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life? He'll tell us about New Life after you tell us about what you're watching tonight. We're jam-packed in the second half of the show here. What are you watching tonight?
7 p.m. on MGM, you got for Dunaway 3 Bond movies: Dr. No, From Russia with Love, and Goldfinger. Showtime Showcase at 8:20 have Midnight Run starring Robert De Niro, and then theaters tonight and tomorrow, Downton Abbey: A New Era.
A New Era.
Did you see Top Gun Maverick? I saw a headline, didn't read it. I've been busy. Top Gun Maverick got a standing ovation at Cannes.
I'm excited about seeing it.
It is next Friday, I believe.
Yeah, I want to see it. It's got 97% so far on Rotten Tomatoes. I really enjoyed the original, seen it multiple times. I don't think I'm going to be able to handle this one in the theater, though.
You might get motion sickness.
It appears there's a lot of movement in it, Lance.
I don't think I can.
Standing ovation over there, though. That's a pretty big deal, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Pretty big deal. All right, that's the viewing menu from Rockstar. Joel Klatt, who will have a deep opinion on what Jimbo Fisher and Nick Saban are talking about, is due up in our next segment. That's Rockstar's viewing menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
And New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call today, 800-735-2787 or danielmooreart.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. 4. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here for the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Since we last talked, more developing news happening. Radio interview for Nick Saban scheduled for 3:30 Central this afternoon on Sirius XM with our friend Rick Neuheisel. Wonder if that was previously scheduled.
Yes.
I bet it is.
Oh, I would say 100%.
We'll see if that continues to happen. Also, we'll get you updated on what was said last night by Nick Saban from our friends at AL.com and what was then said today live at Texas A&M from Jimbo Fisher. All that part of our headlines that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. A chance to look ahead at what's coming up on the show, including Joel Klatt in 5 minutes.
Yeah, hey, make that call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I went in almost 20 years ago, had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts, wore the contacts, wasted money on contacts and solution for about a decade. When I got the procedure done, I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Still got it today. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose. Find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Forster, just punch up the shot. Don't hit it yet. Just my fashion last night, though. Was that okay? Or I didn't know they were not going to have ties on. I was told it was a coat and tie thing. Was I okay in the tie there?
It's a good looking tie. Yeah, that's fine.
What about sock, LT? Should I match the sock? Should I have gone some kind of a red color sock to match the? What about you, Brown? Do you think I should match the tie and the sock?
What's happening right now?
Yeah, I don't really know, Jim. This is not my takeaway from this. I generally don't go. I think the crazy sock is a little overplayed now, so I generally go muted on the socks.
Well, that's why I went only those bold, dark stripes there.
Yeah. I don't know. You could have put a little color in the sock, maybe. I mean, you look like you went to a funeral, high school graduation.
I mean, Nate
It's a
won.
good combo.
Nate won the coat war last night.
Yeah, Nate's got a good looking coat.
Well, he just has a closet of Wimp's coats now. That's all he has. All right, so last night, World Games celebration, 50 days away, now 49 days away from the World Games. They had Nate Oates, Alabama basketball coach, and Nick Saban at a luncheon for some local business leaders in the central Alabama area responsible for bringing the World Games to Birmingham, and the World Games Organizing Committee and some local politicians. About a 45-minute discussion. And my last question to the coaches was about the NIL and how Alabama was sort of taking a marathoner's approach to NIL as opposed to some schools that were sprinting into the NIL world. And I asked both coaches what they thought about NIL and the way Alabama was approaching it and how they would have to deal with it moving forward. Nate answered. Then Nick Saban started a 6-minute and 47-second answer that included this.
It's not supposed to be something where people come and make money, and you make a decision about where you go to school based on how much money you're going to make. You should make a decision based on where you have the best chance to develop as a person, as a student, and as a player, which is what we've always tried to major in, and we're going to continue to do that, and hopefully there's enough people out there that want to do it, but I know the consequence is going to be difficult for the people who are spending tons of money to get players. And you've read about them. You know who they are. I mean, we were second in recruiting last year. A&M was first. A&M bought every player on their team, made a deal for name, image, and likeness. All right, we didn't buy one player. All right, but I don't know if we're going to be able to sustain that in the future because more and more people are doing it.
That was last night. So Texas A&M sent out word to all the media that Jimbo Fisher was having a news conference, 10 a.m. Central today, a little over an hour ago. Jimbo Fisher took the podium. This was part of his conversation.
The ethics in which we do things. And these families, it's despicable that a reputable head coach could come out and say this when he doesn't get his way or things don't go his way. The narcissist in him doesn't allow those things to happen, and it's ridiculous. But when he's not on top, and the parity in college football he's been talking about, go talk to coaches who coach for him. You'll find out all the parity. Go dig into wherever he's been. You can find out anything. And it's a shame that you got to sit here and defend 17-year-old kids and families and Texas A&M because we do things right. We're always going to do things right. But we're always going to be here. We're doing a heck of a job. These coaches have done a great job. Our players have done a great job. The whole organization of recruiting people. It's despicable that we got to sit here at this level of ball and say these things to defend the people of this organization, the kids, 17-year-old kids, and their families. It's amazing. Some people think they're God. Go dig into how God did his deal. You may find out about a guy that a lot of things you don't want to know. We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past or anybody that's ever coached with him. You can find out anything you want to find out, what he does and how he does it. And it's despicable. It really is. And it's a shame we have to sit up here and have this conversation about things.
What's up, fellas? Can you hear me?
It's personal to us? Yes, it is. It's personal to A&M. It's personal to our players. It's personal to our coaches and everybody involved. And I know the guy. Know him really well. It's amazing that we're allowed to do those things. It's really despicable. And I hate it for our players who are coming here, who did things the right way, have done things the right way, and will continue to do things the right way. I apologize to you that people insult you publicly the way they're doing it. And our fans, I apologize to you guys for people saying those things about Texas A&M. But promise you this, there are no violations. There are nothing wrong. It's the second time we've had to do this with grown men who don't get their way and want to pout, throw a fit, and act up.
That's
Just
Jimbo,
go ask all the people.
Jimbo Fisher there last night. Joel Klatt also joining us now. We'll bring Joel in right after I tell you our friends at Champy's bringing you this hour of the show. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Brownie?
Well, you know, when I was texting with Klatt, and I was like, hey, you want to come on the show, talk about a game between a team from Alabama and a team from Texas? I thought it was going to be more about the Longhorns, Klatt, but boy, that A&M game's got some spice to it now.
I tell you, like I don't know what we didn't pay to get SEC rights, but can we go back to the negotiating?
Hey, we were saying we've never seen anything like this. You obviously played the game. You've been around it. You're a lead analyst now for Fox. Is there anything close to this?
No. You know, there's been, well, I mean, if you go back to like 10-Year War, Bo and Woody, I think they got after it a little bit. And I think back in the day, there was more animus between coaches. But that was usually born out of, longevity at locations and rivalries and the like. This is totally different. And obviously, the elephant in the room is that it's spurred on by the current conditions in the marketplace, if you will, with NIL and transfer and everything along the lines. I do find it interesting, and I know that this is going to be a generalization, but I've always felt like the SEC did as good a job as any conference of not infighting publicly. Regardless of what went on down in Destin or wherever the meetings were, whatever happened behind closed doors, they always seemed to present a united front to the rest of the country. And this is kind of fracturing that, regardless of what was going on, what has gone on in terms of recruiting and how y'all operate down there. It was always a united front, and now it's not. And I think it's fascinating to see how this is all going to play out. And this is conversations that every coach is having. What's interesting to me, and I know I'm long-winded, but you guys are used to that. I was in Phoenix a couple weeks ago at the college football spring meetings that were basically every conference but the ACC and the SEC. And you go and talk with all these coaches, and to a man, they sit there and they're like, man, this is crazy. We've got to change this. This is unsustainable. This is wild. This is not why I got into this business. And then in the next sentence, they'll be like, well, this player's only asking for about $20,000 a month, so I'm sure we can handle that. And I'm like, what just happened? So this is going to sound bad, but I just don't trust any of the coaches. So when they're barking out loud to boosters or whomever, they're serving their own best interest. And that's kind of the way I've always felt. People ask me, like, do you believe coaches when they say they're not going to leave a location? No. Show me the next coach that I trust is the first one. So I know that that's harsh, but that's kind of where I sit.
When you have two guys who have been friends, and I've heard Nick Saban before, privately and publicly saying very nice things about Jimbo Fisher, and then publicly Jimbo Fisher says, I didn't answer his call this morning, quote, we're done, end quote. That does add a little bit of juice to the game there. You've been around coaches for basically your whole adult life. Can a bridge be built back after something like this, or do you think those two coaches are done, their friendship are done? Because this is starting to remind me of my childhood and the way the old Southwest Conference was before they imploded on themselves.
That's a great call. That's exactly. It is a bit old Southwest Conference, which I kind of love. I don't know if there can be a bridge built back, but I don't know if that's a bad thing. I think that we probably in the modern day of sport as fans, we probably have gotten too used to all of these competitors being too close. We're all old, and so I don't mean to throw you guys under the bus as well, but back in the day, we didn't have these cozy relationships between competitors like we do now. And I think social media has brought that about. And I think there's this expectation that all these guys are going to be cozy and friendly. And obviously they had a friendship going back to when Jimbo coached under Nick. I don't think that a bridge has to be built back. I don't know that it can be, in particular when it seemed like to me, guys, and I know this is 30,000 foot view. It seemed like to me, Nick was lobbing some grenades, but at A&M in general. And whether that was Jimbo specifically or A&M in general, they did this, right? Now, I think it's implied that Jimbo knew and was in on the game. And listen, all of us have heard those stories, and I've heard from very reliable sources that they absolutely, quote, bought, a lot of their recruiting class with NIL deals. I don't know if it's illegal, though, so for Nick to be upset about it, I think is fascinating. But what I thought was ratcheting up the heat was when Jimbo went immediately to the personal route and called him a narcissist. It's like, Okay, so one guy's criticizing the overall operation, and then the other guy goes immediately and is like, he's a narcissist. And it's like, geez, that went from 0 to 10 very quickly. I feel like Brick, an anchorman, like that, Brick had a trident. It was crazy.
Joel Klatt from Fox is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Fox, Joel's going to talk with us about this. Fox will have the Alabama-Texas game. It has not been announced as the big noon kickoff, but you can look at the schedule.
Listen, I'm just thankful for Nick and Jimbo that this is no longer like the biggest topic of the day, right? It's no longer like, what time were you kicking the game against Alabama and Texas? It's like we're talking about, the infighting, which is great.
Yeah, right now, Saban-Fisher hotter than game time temperature in Austin for your kick of Texas and Alabama. Yes.
There you go.
But Nick Saban talked about parity, and that was a comment that was misunderstood as well. And what he was saying, he wasn't saying that he wanted parity in football. What he was saying is the parity he wanted is that everybody has the same opportunity at scholarship and financial aid. And then what you make above that, that's up to you, right? Or that's up to your ability, or that's up to how you market yourself, or whatever the case is. But the truth is, Joel, the only way there can be more parity is, whether it's by cheating or NIL deals or what, is for teams to spend to catch up. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, those programs are willing to spend whatever it takes to be great programs, and that's why they're great.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating when you look at parity in college football. So I firmly believe that the only avenue to parity is a more even revenue distribution model. And I don't know if that's going to be possible, but the only way that it happens, in my estimation, I haven't talked about this a lot publicly. I firmly believe that every single non-conference game across the country should be stripped out of individual conference television deals. This is how you drive parity, is that you fix the schedules and you equalize revenue distribution. Maybe not equalize, that's probably the wrong term, is that you somewhat smooth it out. So if you were to pull out every non-conference game from the SEC deal with ESPN that they have, and every non-conference game from the Big Ten contract and Pac-12 contract and all of those, and then the CFP were to own the postseason and the non-conference, and then distribute revenue from there, then you would get a more equal revenue distribution model. You could also fix the scheduling gaps that we have in college football, because that entity, and I think it should be the college football playoff, that entity, because it's already there. Like the structure of governance is kind of already there with the CFP. And if we were to pull out the non-league games and clump them into the CFP deal, which had the postseason, the expanded playoff, which we'll have in the future, and every single non-league game, well, then you can create the non-league schedule year by year and drive parity by driving more competitive matchups. Last place finishers would face last place finishers across the landscape. First place finishers would face first place finishers. So then you would have a more equitable schedule in the sense that it would mimic in some ways the NFL, where you play a first place schedule or you play a last place schedule. And so those schedules are more difficult for the better teams. And you would start to distribute revenue on a more equal playing field, because what we're about to have in the next couple of years, I don't know if this is answering your question or not, but what we're about to have in the next couple of years is the SEC and the Big Ten are going to go way up with their revenue distribution, over $100 million per school annually. Everybody else is going to be fighting and scratching and clawing to get to $50 million annually, and they're probably not going to get there. Certainly not the ACC, who's locked in already until 2036. Maybe the Pac-12 gets a good deal, and their media rights. We'll see with the newly constructed Big 12 what they're able to get. But we're about to see a lack of parity like we've never seen before, and we're already seeing a lack of parity like we've never seen before currently, and that's only going to get exacerbated over the next few years as the revenue becomes so much different throughout the country. So I think we need to pull non-league games out from individual conference television deals, put them in the overarching deal, and then distribute revenue that way.
Most people get really uncomfortable watching confrontation. I can only assume Greg Sankey was extremely uncomfortable watching this thing play out. How do you think he reacts? What does he do?
Oh, that's a good one. I like Greg a lot. I think Greg's really good at what he does. He and I have people probably won't want to hear this, but like he and I have formed a good relationship, very good relationship. We talk a lot about just this whole deal. One of the things that I respect most about Greg is that he has, I wouldn't say a motto, but he firmly believes that he should not apologize for who he is or who his conference is. And he moves forward that way. So I don't think Greg is going to overreact. I think he probably sees this for what it is, which is two individuals getting hot and having this kind of dust up. Now, what he is going to look at is what are the causes of this dust up? What's going on below the surface, and how do we fix that? I don't know how we fix NIL. I don't know how we fix transfer portal. But until we do some of those things, then we're going to continue to have this. People are going to continue to allege tampering and inducement, and those things are on the books as rules, right? This is by the way, and I know this isn't specifically about Greg, but I can't stand this notion that everyone's like, well, there's no rules with NIL. That's like saying, well, I don't want to get political. So there are rules on the books. You just have to enforce them, right? There are rules about defining a booster, defining inducements, defining tampering. Just enforce the rules that are on the books. And you can have a much more, I think, clean space with NIL and transfer portal. Now, having said that, the way Greg is going to react is going to tackle those issues. I don't think he's going to talk to those two individuals. They're far too experienced and I think level-headed to understand that this is a quick dust up, and they're going to do everything they can to put it behind them so that they can continue to focus on their team. In particular, Nick. Nick is not going to engage in this much longer. You guys know that as well as I do. He's going to focus on the process. He's going to put it behind him, and he's going to move forward. So I don't think Greg's going to have to do much with these two individuals as much as he'll have to look at the underlying issue and start to tackle some of those.
I like the way you don't want to get political, but you have the Marxism revenue distribution deal for college football there. It's not very political there either.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
I'm kidding. What, those are shots across the bow. Throwing a term like that in. Well, it's a way to maintain. Well, then apparently, you know what? Then don't watch the NFL because that's.
Oh, I got you there, Dunaway.
Yeah, but I'm speaking from the southern footprint where life's pretty good these days. I don't know if you noticed a Greg Sankey quote here. Two SEC teams played for the national championship last year. Why would we want to divvy the money up evenly everywhere else?
No, that's and I get that. I think it's short-sighted on his part. Part of the issue with college football is that we have too many people acting and looking out for their own best interest. And until we have someone acting on the interest of the whole, then college football is going to continue to have these issues.
Would you take that job? Would you be the commissioner of college football if they offered it to you?
Of course I would. There's other than my Lord and Savior and my family, there's nothing I love more than college football. This is a phenomenal sport, and I love it with everything that I have. And there's certainly issues. I think one of the biggest issues, actually the biggest issue, is that we do not have an overarching governing body that looks out for the whole. So right now we have just all of these silos looking out for themselves. Each school looks out for themselves. Each conference looks out for themselves. And the NCAA, basically abdicated their responsibility to govern the whole. And that model has just totally blown up, and they've been completely inept at their job. What we have to have, and I'm sure I've given you guys this before, it's a bad analogy, but I'll give it anyways. We have to have basically a constitutional convention of college football where, after the Revolutionary War and before the Constitutional Convention, we were an independent nation, but every one of the 13 colonies basically acted in their own best interest. Some were adhering to international law, some weren't. And until those guys got into Independence Hall and gave us the Constitution, we didn't have a federalized government, an umbrella over what would become the United States of America. We need that over college football, because right now, what's best for the SEC is not what's best for the whole. What's best for the Big Ten is not what's best for the whole. And if these people and entities continue to operate acting in their own best interest, then the sport will deteriorate in the future. It's an inevitability. So we need people that will step back from that and say, what's better for the whole? The NFL did it way back when under Pete Rozelle, and they basically sat in a room and they said, we get it. Some of these franchises could do much better than others, but we're all going to do better than any one can do if we just kind of aggregate, circle the wagons, and go moving forward together. College football needs that desperately. And until strong men and smart men like Greg Sankey understand that, then we're going to continue to have these issues of fragmentation.
All right, he is Joel Klatt. You will see him on the Alabama-Texas game, which we never quite got around to because
we didn't. It is going to kick at 11 local in Austin. It's not the first time games have kicked at 11 local. It's not the first time games have been hot. And those that claim that we're foregoing some sort of big number and rating, it's like, just go look at the ratings from last year. Every large game outside of conference championship games, every single one basically outside of maybe Georgia and Clemson was either a 2:30 Central SEC window or a big noon game.
That's right. Klatt is right about that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The people will watch. It's the biggest game of the day, and advantage Alabama in the heat. They've got a deeper roster than Sark does. It's Alabama fans shouldn't bitch about it. They've got a better roster.
I could not agree more. And what happened to the old adage, this is again showing my age, shouting at the clouds, of like, you just tell us who and when and we'll order the buses.
That's right.
Like, can someone say that? Can someone please stop whining about kick times? Just kick the ball off and go play, for crying out loud.
Klatt, thank you. Have a great weekend. Always great talking with you.
See you, boys.
All right, take care. Joel Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Does he ever come to Birmingham?
Oh, yeah, for the USFL. I know you know.
That guy has been flying to Birmingham.
Has been.
And
a lot.
They're only halfway through the season.
Really? It seems like it's been going longer than that.
This is week 6 coming up of the 10-week season. So it's crazy. Brown's standing up already. Quick break?
I need to go.
Are you upset that Tiger is now bogeyed 3 consecutive holes?
I've got McIlroy. He's 500. He's got a 2-shot lead.
Yeah, why don't you run, Brownie? You take care of some business. Our friend Adam Mestre will take us to break here. Rockstar, tell us about your guy.
Before Adam leaves, Adam is a third-generation realtor. He was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, you know what? Adam can help. Call Adams Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, we roll on here. When we come back, LT's got trash for us. He'll also you got a lock ready yet when we get back?
No,
not yet. Maybe later in the show we'll get a lock, but we definitely have trash next on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Back to the Saban and Jimbo Fisher thing after we do trash. We appreciate Joel Klatt being with us. Baseball and Buster Olney at the top of the hour. As we continue today, Father's Day is coming up, but also a lot of other great events, including birthdays, anniversaries, and maybe you're getting ready to pop the question. Bromberg's has all the answers for you.
They really do, man. Just an array of beautiful gifts. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established such solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting the silver box from Bromberg's Jewelers.
Our buddy Joel Klatt will be in town for Sunday's games on FS1 and Fox, Pittsburgh and New Orleans and Houston and New Jersey, 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. at Protective Stadium. If you want to go get tickets to that, theusfl.com. Or just go to wherever you buy tickets at the BJCC and Protective Stadium. The Stallions in action Saturday night at 6:30. Saturday night at 6:30, Michigan and Birmingham. That is part of an NBC doubleheader Saturday, week 6 of 10 of the USFL. We will continue to keep you updated on developing stories from that Alabama-Texas A&M situation that is going on today. A couple of other notes. The Pac-12 is scrapping divisions. We'll get into that a little bit more later on. Ajay Hall, according to Sark, will eventually be on campus. He has signed his scholarship papers now, but Sark clearing that up yesterday, saying we don't put players on the rosters until they arrive on campus.
Remember when that was a big story?
Yeah, remember that one? That was a big story.
Yeah.
And last night, Golden State beat Dallas 112-87. They held Luka in check. Luka only had 20 last night. Good defensive effort from the Warriors.
Yeah, Luka didn't play well last night, and you couple that with the fact that Dallas missed 37 threes last night.
Wow. Some of that was defense. Some of it was some missed
No, look,
shots.
I thought Golden State was really aggressive last night. They played Luka extremely well. Andrew Wiggins was really good on Luka.
7 different Warriors in double figures. I mean, that was a good team effort last night.
It was. Now, if you're pulling for Dallas in this series, which I personally am, they've been beaten now in the postseason 4 times by 20-plus points. So it's something that really doesn't get in their head.
Yep.
So I fully think they bounce back. I don't think they win this series, but it'll be a competitive series.
7:30 tonight, Boston and Miami. Trash time right now, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Rockstar, hit the big button.
6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now. We got your first name. We got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
And Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage, priority number 1 when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR and start that home buying journey today.
Smuff says that minister sounds like Jimbo Fisher this morning.
That's a pretty awesome story. Eva, the Belgian Malinois, continues to improve after saving her owner from a mountain lion attack. This from the pup's Instagram page.
Oh, the dog has an Instagram page?
Yeah. A lot of dogs do, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, does that mean Ladybird has one?
Ladybird does
just
not.
a matter of time.
Thought about it, but
She got a cell phone yet?
doesn't have a cell phone. The hero pup is on the road to recovery after saving her owner during a mountain lion attack on Monday. Erin Wilson and her 2-year-old Belgian Eva were taking a walk near Northern California's Trinity River when a mountain lion charged at Wilson, ripping through her jacket, scratching her shoulder. She added that the mountain lion began growling at her. I yelled, "Eva," and she came running. Wilson said her 55-pound dog, who was walking ahead of her off-leash at the time of the attack, she hit the cat really hard. They fought for a couple of seconds. Then I heard her start crying. That's when the cat latched onto her skull. The owner intervened by punching the mountain lion and used rocks and sticks to hit the cat, who fought back after Wilson attempted to choke the animal and gouge out its eyes. Still, the mountain lion refused to let go of Eva, so Wilson ran to her car, grabbed a tire iron, and got help from drivers passing by. She was able to flag down a woman, Sharon Houston. Houston told the publication she grabbed a 4-foot PVC pipe and pepper spray. Finally, the mountain lion let go. Eva is now recovering.
Wow.
Such an awesome story. Belgian Malinois, that's what we looked at getting before we got the Vizsla. They're even more work, but these are the war hero dogs. Like the movie Dog is based on a Belgian, and they are some of the smartest and obviously protective dogs. It's a great story, though. It's really sad, though, seeing the pictures of Eva and the puncture wounds all over her.
Yeah, I mean, it's frightening. You'd want to save your pet, obviously, but, I mean, it's a mountain lion. I mean, it can get you, too.
Yeah.
So good bravery there for that. It's an amazing story.
You guys want to guess what the fattest state in America is?
Usually I go Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama.
It's normally a southern state, yeah.
Mississippi is the fattest state in America. 2 in 5 adults obese or morbidly obese, according to a report revealed on Tuesday. Telephone surveys of more than 400,000 people nationwide show the Magnolia State had the highest rates of obesity, followed by West Virginia and Alabama.
Look at that. I got 3 of the 4, didn't I? I went
at
Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and it was Mississippi, West Virginia, Alabama, and Louisiana.
The red swath right through the middle of the country.
Scott just found some. Read number 9 carefully.
Arkansas.
It's Arkansas.
Yeah,
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
Arkansas in Oklahoma.
I'll tell you what happened here. I went Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi is the top 3 every year. West Virginia, you know what they did? They ended up paying for all their meals in advance, and that's why they all ended up eating those meals. And we got to do something about them paying those calories.
The outlier is Delaware on there.
That is rather random, isn't it?
What else are you going to do in Delaware but eat?
Oh, no.
Iowa's all that corn. Corn puts some weight on.
It does. Starch.
So America is the fattest country in the Western world with an estimated 40% of people, or 138 million, being obese, followed by New Zealand at 30%, Canada a little less than 29%, and Australia right behind them.
But I've never really cared about this, to be honest.
But I would
with you.
tell you this, and I agree with you, Brown. The obese part, I don't think we have that scaled exactly.
We don't.
We don't have that scaled right.
No body BMI.
Kind of looks like y'all can have the rest T-shirt.
It really does. You're right.
Y'all can have the vegetables T-shirt.
Yeah, I'm like 25 pounds overweight when it comes to BMI.
Yeah, BMI's crazy.
Yeah, you're 25 pounds overweight to BMI.
Yeah.
And you're a pretty in shape guy, if I say so myself.
I do think, though, that we do have an obesity problem, but you know what? It's to each their own.
I mean, people are making decisions. They could be bad decisions.
Right
but
up. Right, you're right.
They're making their own.
I probably drink too much bourbon.
Yeah.
How about this one? A Central Texas volunteer fire department is asking people everywhere to keep out an eye for rattlesnakes in pool toys.
Oh,
man.
I don't like snakes.
No,
Do you not, Jim?
Do not like them.
I don't think anybody does. A post from the Salado Volunteer Fire Department originally said, quote, when someone picked up one of their pool noodles, a large rattlesnake fell out, and then they realized later that several baby snakes were still inside of it.
So, but most noodles I have they're solid styrofoam.
They're hollow.
But they got that little hole in the middle because you
okay.
could put it down in the water and blow the water out.
Okay.
Now, as
Blow the
temperatures
rattlesnakes out.
rise, the department says it's common for snakes to look for dark and cool spaces to hide during the day. They recommended keeping pool toys elevated or sealed if they're being stored outside.
I mean, yeah, that's going to be a nice, cold, dark place for that snake to go. Of course he's going to go.
And in case if a snake does bite you, the fire department advises staying calm and heading to the hospital as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I mean, staying calm is the first thing I do when I get bit by a snake.
I think it's going to be tough to stay calm.
It is impossible to stay calm.
Hey, I was just bitten by a snake.
We got a new trend coming, boys.
What happens if Jimbo Fisher gets bit by a snake? Would he be able to stay calm?
God can get over it.
Ask that snake where he's been. Ask that snake where. I mean, what do you think that snake's been doing?
Oh, Nick
he's
would
been
charm
associated
the
with.
snake.
Where's that snake been hiding? Everybody likes to talk about that snake. That snake's been in a lot of bad places too. You just go ask that snake.
And if it was by the pool that it fell out, he'd just run across the pool, wouldn't he?
That's right. Just walk on water.
That's right.
Okay, so the white wedding dress, according to this,
Is it going out of style?
maybe a little bit. Among wedding trends heating up, sellers have noted a surge interest in the black bridal gown.
No, we got 3 of them right here in the congregation.
You're getting married?
Now, according to Google Trends, searches for black wedding dress have kept pace with searches for white wedding dress for the past 12 months. In September and October 2021, black wedding dress was searched more than white wedding dress.
Change the lyrics, Rockstar. I'm going to a black wedding instead of a white wedding. What is it? What's the song?
Black wedding.
White wedding. Black
Wedding.
wedding.
I don't know.
You're like a show tune guy, not Billy Idol. Now, according to Laura McKeever, she's the senior manager of brand PR, philanthropy, and communications with David's Bridal. She goes on to say, this is, quote, by far our favorite trend, and we're loving it. Black gowns are chic and dramatic.
They are, but they're meant for different times.
Yeah, you wore that to a prom.
It's a white wedding dress, an evening on the town in a beautiful black dress. Black dresses are the best colored dresses. Love black dresses. I like them small. I like them long. I like them on the shoulders, off the shoulders. I don't care. I love a black dress. It's not for a wedding.
I don't care. I kind of hope the next wedding I go to, somebody's wearing a black dress.
Yeah,
Like the bride.
Yeah. It takes a bit of work to get to this convenience store in China. For starters, you have to climb 393 feet up the side of a cliff.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. That's the store, Rockstar?
You don't think that looks really good?
That's not the store.
Is that
is
a
it?
Tom Thumb?
That's a thumb.
I forgot to get cigarettes.
Now, dubbed the world's most inconvenient convenience store, the small wooden box hangs on the side of a mountain somewhere in China, providing refreshments to climbers who need a quick break in the middle of their climb. Pictures of the store went viral in China over the weekend after several news outlets reported on it with the hashtag most inconvenient convenience store, receiving close to 50 million views on Twitter.
Rockstar, you know what happens right there? You got to hold that rope with one hand. Meanwhile, she'll spin it around. All right, tip here. You know, the iPad. You got to leave a tip right here and sign.
Leave a tip. I just
20% great. 30%. Oh wow. 40% best ever.
Enjoy your climb.
This one doesn't sound good. Pepsi has long been known for its family of sodas, but this week, however, the long-standing cola brand is getting into the pizza game.
Now, we love all the Pepsi products. What do we got happening
Wednesday morning, Pepsi officially unveiled the Pepsi-Roni Pizza, a special pizza that will be available in certain markets. So it's going to be a pepperoni pizza with a smoky spiciness, and Pepsi is going to add a citrus sweetness to it.
Interesting. I'm listening.
But that's the pizza, right? It's not the drink.
No. But I do notice the pepperonis have the Pepsi logo on them.
Yep.
It's interesting.
I do see that. But for instance,
I bet that won't be consistent.
For instance, there's some, right, isn't it chicken that
My mom used to do that.
You soak in soda?
Yeah.
And then you do the soda
I loved
chicken.
it when I was a kid, yeah.
And so are they just
fantastic.
Smoking the meats in Pepsi, you think?
I thought that's what it was when I saw the story. But again, another one where I read the headline, didn't read the story.
Yeah. Initially, when I saw the headline, I thought maybe they were giving me a pepperoni-flavored Pepsi.
Right.
Which I like my meats and drinks to be separated.
I think I'll pass on that one.
All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or a shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big, go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jason, thank you for getting my mood there. I went with the little B-52's version of White Wedding.
If you see a white wedding on the side of the road.
Part of this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. All the good food comes from Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew ready to serve you lunch right now, dinner tonight, cater your parties, your meetings, and your tailgates when we get back to the football season. You know, when Texas A&M comes to Tuscaloosa later this year, what would be better for the tailgate than chicken on a stick, a little Mississippi Delta tamale, and pay extra. Get those desserts too. Your home for blues, brews, and bird. It's champy'schicken.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
It's so odd, anchoring Sports Center from the PGA Championship in Southern Hills with golf backdrop. They've got a graphic up right now on ESPN, familiar foes, Texas A&M and Alabama. And now they're bringing, that's the PGA commissioner. They're bringing on to do an interview out of that graphic, right?
That's Jeff Sluman.
Okay, Jeff Sluman, former golfer Jeff Sluman.
That is not Jeff Sluman.
That is Jeff Sluman.
No,
I hate to tell you. Wait till they CG him, Lance. I saw him on earlier. That's Matt Berry, Sage Still, and Jeff Sluman in the middle.
Because I played golf with Jeff Sluman. It looks nothing
you
like
think you
him.
would know him.
Jeff Sluman looks like a guy who could be a commissioner of the PGA or the NHL.
He doesn't care about college football. He's a Syracuse grad.
Hey, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. Right now, at MyBookie, you could go and actually bet on the Texas A&M Alabama game. That line right now, with everything that happened last night, did it change the line at all?
No, it might have gone up a little bit.
Alabama minus what?
16.
Yeah,
minus
somewhere in
16. Okay.
MyBookie.ag. Getting started is simple. Deposit $300. You can play with $200 instantly. And don't forget the promo code NEXTROUND. That is NEXTROUND when you go to MyBookie.ag. Whether you're a diehard fan or a newcomer to the sport, there's never been a better time to join the MyBookie family. Sign up today. Use the promo code NEXTROUND when you go to MyBookie.ag. Secure your first deposit bonus up to $1,000. Whatever you put in, They'll meet you halfway, all the way up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. That is MyBookie.ag. Do not forget the code next round.
Here's part of what Nick Saban was talking about, how, for instance, Mario Cristobal, another former Alabama assistant.
I love how he's blowing up all his old assistants for doing stuff wrong. But it's kind of a weird look.
Mario Cristobal, who's part of the Miami, that also was referenced, though it was Miami basketball Coach Saban was referencing last night. Mario Cristobal earlier this spring had an opportunity himself to talk about NIL and how he's attracting athletes to Miami with the name, image, and likeness.
Football is changing, and like anything else in life, you adapt to how things change. I think it's really neat that guys can, profit off of their name, image, and likeness. I think it sells itself. I mean, let's call it what it is, and I can go and grab statistical information that will blow people away on, the financial capabilities of a city like Miami, its alumni, and how well it's doing in the NIL world. But I think that's already out there. I think that, has been advertised and has been highlighted. So I like to focus on the other stuff, because that is a piece of it and it's reality. So we don't ignore it. But I think it's obvious to the rest of the world. If you want to compare what's being done here everywhere else, I think it's pretty obvious. Miami's, blowing people away, and not by a little.
Blowing people away and not by a little. But see what Mario Cristobal is doing. He is selling what you can get when you get here, what Miami will offer you when you get here, the city itself, and being in South Florida. It's not a recruitment on the front end of that. So, that's Mario Cristobal playing by the rules.
Well, I tell you, there's not a program that could have made more hay with name, image, and likeness than that old school Miami team. And part of that was because of the allure, prestige, whatever, of South Beach, right? I mean, Miami just seemed like its own world then in college football. Now, Cristobal is going to try to recreate that, which is going to be really, really difficult to do, but he might be able to use that as a tool. Look, I mean, if that billionaire is that interested in Miami basketball being good.
Yeah, paying a Kansas State transfer $400,000.
Yeah, how interested is he going to be in football being good?
That's exactly right. Brandon Marcello is doing some work today as well. Two quotes from Brandon. Just got off the phone with an current SEC assistant coach on the Saban and Fisher fit. Quote, NIL now legally allows others to have a seat at the table and be a major player in the card game. Coach Saban isn't having it, though. He's ready to flip the whole damn table over by calling people out, end quote. Brandon Marcello then talked to an SEC school administrator who said Nick Saban's comments on NIL, quote, he's 100% right, but adds, quote, shit, wish we had 10% of what they have going in College Station, end quote. That from Brandon Marcello as he's talking to some anonymous SEC coaches and SEC administrators today, and what is a topic in sports on what I mean, this was going to come to a head eventually,
at some
right?
point,
I mean,
yes.
I didn't foresee it like this, though.
Every day, it is everywhere that everybody's talking about NIL. How do you get a hold of it? And now two of the titans in the sport are basically, it's like the Discovery Channel. You got a couple of rams out in the wilderness, and they're butting heads right now. We'll see who's standing at the end. Part of our show today being brought to you in part by our friends at Cowan Equipment. They bring you our poll questions every day. They can also keep you in the game as well. Cowan.
Yes, sir. Dunaway, they can. If you are having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
All right, coming up next, we'll talk to Buster Olney, who'll join us. And thanks to our friends at MyBookie, he'll be next to talk a little baseball with us. A loss for the Braves last night, 7-6. But as always, just when you need them the most, the Braves with a series with Miami. Coming up next, after a day off today, we'll talk to Buster about everything going on in baseball. That is 4 minutes away on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
You seen what these kids are doing now? What's that? They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we'll get back to Nick Saban versus Jimbo Fisher and a PGA Championship Round 1 leaderboard, but we always take
a moment every week to talk a little baseball with our buddy Buster Olney. And it's here thanks to our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie brings it to you, mybookie.ag, and the code NEXTROUND. If you want to see more about that, use the code NEXTROUND, and they'll match your first deposit there up to $1,000 when you use the code NEXTROUND with mybookie.ag. What is up, Buster? Welcome in. How are you?
Yeah, this is a week where it feels like I should be asking you guys the questions. When you get a back and forth like that between two legendary coaches, holy crow.
What was the best? I remember Billy Martin getting into it with people back in the day, and Earl Weaver. Can you ever remember in history two managers that could not stand each other?
I got to cover George Steinbrenner, the Yankees owner, who would constantly be at it with somebody, and it always felt like you're like, ooh, did you hear what George said? What is, the player going to react? For example, when Derek got off to a slow start and George was quoted as saying something along the lines of, Derek, hopefully he's take care of himself off the field. And then we're running over to Derek to ask him what he thinks about that. I think one of the most surprising moments was in the midst of Cal Ripken's consecutive game streak, Davey Johnson moved him from shortstop to third base, and he hadn't talked to Cal. He told us in the media first. And so when we went running over to Cal, the look of anger on his face that he would learn it from reporters, and of course Dave was like, oh, that was just a mistake. No, it wasn't. He wanted to back him into a corner. There's some legendary exchanges. There's no question.
Boy, I'm watching Aaron Judge hit right now, and it seems like the baseball is about the size of a beach ball. Is he a guy that could be MVP when it's all said and done this year? Do you see that in Aaron Judge?
Which is, by the way, a pretty high bar under the current circumstances in baseball, because if you're going to win the MVP in the American League, it means you're beating Shohei Ohtani, who's contributing on two sides of the ball. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was unbelievable last year. And yet he didn't come close because Ohtani, generated so much production as a pitcher and as a hitter, and that's what Judge would be up against. So it says something that as we sit here today, I think Judge would be the American League MVP. We're about a quarter of the way into the season, and he's on pace to be the first player in more than 20 years to hit 60 homers in a season. He's on pace to score 130 runs and drive in 130 runs. And he's on pace to cash in big on the bet he made for himself in the spring when he turned down the Yankees offer of $213.5 million. I had players, I had agents, people on the union side basically saying, what is he doing? That is a fair offer. But as Aaron Judge said to my colleague, Carl Ravitch, before a game on Sunday Night Baseball that first weekend, I'm in a good spot. And he's someone clearly with a lot of confidence, because he knows if he hits the open market with these type of numbers, maybe being the MVP of the American League, there will be an owner that's going to offer him $300+ million.
Buster Olney joins us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline each week, courtesy of mybookie.ag. That is mybookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND. Yankees White Sox, the Sunday night game on ESPN, 6 o'clock first pitch for that one. We've talked with you about how bad the Reds are. They're not the only bad teams. There are some bad teams in baseball this year. And you start talking sell-offs. I want to ask you about two. Let's start with Boston. They've got 15 wins right now. They're looming at the bottom of that division. Are they looking to sell off maybe?
I don't think that they are yet, but it seems inevitable. I mean, when you're sitting in mid-May, 13 games out of first place in the American League East, and you have to climb over the Blue Jays and you have to climb over the Rays to get to the Yankees, and the Yankees are winning at a rate that they haven't since 1998, pretty soon the writing is going to be on the wall. And by the way, we're all focused in the media on Xander Bogaerts, who would be the best available player if they have a sell-off. But they got a bunch of other guys, pitchers, Michael Wacha, Rich Hill, Nathan Eovaldi, Christian Vasquez, their catcher. They got a ton of free agents. I think the big question, if you're in Red Sox ownership, is, boy, if you do this sell-off just a couple of years after trading Mookie Betts, you better have a plan for your fan base to, in terms of fielding a centerpiece in 2023, right? And this is total speculation. We're months away from this having a place. I was thinking, you know what? Good Red Sox revenge would be to go after Aaron Judge and be their centerpiece if you were a free agent. That would be fun. That would be Babe Ruth revenge.
Yeah, it would be. You're absolutely right. The other one I wanted to ask you about, the Nationals. They're in the Braves division. For a long time, Buster, it looked like the Nationals have always said, We'll talk about anybody, but don't ask us about Juan Soto. That may not be the case now.
Well, and it may be that they'll continue that line of thinking. I wrote about this week based on my conversations with executives with other teams. They think that there are some circumstances that could develop that will compel the Nationals to at least listen on Soto. And let me just talk about those for a second. Soto turned down in the spring in the offseason, as you know, $350 million over 13 years. He's represented by Scott Boras. He's 2 years away from free agency. It's pretty clear that Juan Soto has a chance to get the greatest contract in North American sports history, north of $500 million if he becomes a free agent. Here's the wild card for the Nationals. They are up for sale. Now, what I've heard is that the current ownership believes that some of the value of that franchise is tied to Soto being on the team. Well, if I'm an incoming owner, if I'm someone who's willing to pay $1.2 billion, I'm going to want to explore the Soto situation well before I buy the team. In other words, go to the Lerner family who owns the Nationals and say, look, you need to ask Scott Boras if we can make a deal. And then that ownership has to answer the question, are we willing to give a player the biggest contract in the history of professional sports? If the answer is no, incoming ownership, and I've seen this happen with other transfers of ownership in the past, they might go to the old ownership. Look, somebody's going to be a bad guy. We don't want it to be us. We want you guys to take care of that business because we don't want to come in and buy the team. And the first thing we do is trade off a generational player. He would be the best player since Babe Ruth traded so young at age 23.
Back to the American League East. I know Toronto's still in the mix, but didn't we expect more than 20-18 at this point from the Blue Jays?
There's no doubt about it. At the end of last season, they were the hottest team in the American League. I had folks with the Red Sox and Yankees espouse relief that they didn't get into the postseason because they were that good. They've had injuries early on. Teoscar Hernandez went down. He was an important part of their lineup. It's a very right-handed lineup. And that's why there's an expectation among other executives that when we start to get serious about trade talks, it'll be in early July probably, they expect that the Blue Jays are going to pick up a left-handed hitter and a really good one. The Nationals are on track to lose over 100 games. So Josh Bell would be a great fit potentially for the Blue Jays. Andrew Benintendi, Juan Soto. When I've talked to executives about this whole Juan Soto scenario, the two teams I heard a lot about were the Blue Jays and the San Diego Padres potentially being the most motivated buyers. And look, they better get it turned around quickly because the Yankees don't look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
We talked to Roger Clemens last week. I just love pitchers like that, and for me, I'll watch Max Scherzer pitch anytime, anywhere, any night. And he leaves the game early last night. Do you have an update on what they're saying about Scherzer, why he left the game, and is it an injury we're going to have to worry about, put him on the bench for a while?
So he had an MRI this morning, and the Mets it's the last I checked, which I sent an email out just before I went on with you guys, was that they had not released the results of that MRI. I think we got an indication during the game after Max came off, and you guys know Max's competitiveness.
Yeah.
For him to basically do the throat slash thing saying, I'm done, tells you that this is not a minor issue. And Jeremy Hefner, their pitching coach, went back into the dugout and he turned to someone, this was captured on television, and said, it's bad. Here's the thing, too, with pitchers, that's not like a 2-week injury, you're back out on the mound. That typically can be a 6-week to 8-week injury, and with the possibility that you have a setback because of those muscles in his rib cage. And on top of that, you're talking about someone with a really violent delivery in Max. Fingers crossed. Here's the good thing if you're the Mets fans, it's different than in the past. Your owner, Steve Cohen, if you need a starting pitcher before the trade deadline, he's going to go get one. He's going to be willing to spend.
Buster Olney with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, presented each week by MyBookie.ag. The Braves are hitting .223 as a team. Buster, they're mid-tier in runs scored, but .223 as a team. Is that a concern right now moving forward?
Yes. Yesterday I spoke with some folks in the organization who believe that, it's a question of our guys getting into a rhythm, right? Austin Riley started well, and then he's faded lately. Ronald Acuna Jr. has done some good things, and then he's had some times when he looked like a guy who missed a year because of a knee injury, or almost a year. Marcell Ozuna, struggled for a time. And so there's an anticipation that they'll be able to turn around that offense. But one person said to me, it also tells you how important Freddie Freeman was to this offense. Not that Matt Olson's not a good player, but the type of player that Freddie was on a day in and day out basis, he was the metronome for that offense. The constant, always having good at bats, not necessarily going into really deep slumps, throwing out hits against really good pitchers. I don't know if someone can evolve like that. They basically need a lot of their guys in the lineup to step up their game.
There was a minute Matt Harvey was really good for the Mets, and now he's suspended 60 games by Major League Baseball. Is it safe to say Matt Harvey probably done?
I don't think so. That the reason why he was suspended was because he testified under oath to being someone who distributed OxyContin. This was in the Tyler Skaggs trial about Eric Kay, who was a former Angels administrator. He was under trial. And so Matt acknowledged that. And I suspect that long before he took the stand, he probably talked to Major League Baseball and said, look, here's what I have coming out. I think Matt, and I don't cover him on a daily basis, but what I hear from other people is that they feel like he's turned the corner in terms of, how he carries himself off the field. The situation he was talking about was, a couple, 3 years ago. So I do think that when he comes back, he'll come back and get opportunities, but he's not going to ever be close to what we saw with the Mets when he was with the Dark Knight. He was called the Dark Knight, and he was considered to be one of the best pitchers in baseball.
SEC baseball tournament in Hoover next week, just down the street from us. You ready for Vandy's postseason run?
Well, you know how it goes. It seems like every year there's some slogging and some struggles. In fact, recently I talked to a major leaguer who was a Vanderbilt grad. I'm like, so what do you think? And he goes, they're awful. But I said to him, but isn't that the case that like every year we get to the tournament time and they gather momentum and they start playing better and they respond in big moments? So me as a glass half full alum, that's what I'll be looking for.
There you go. I like it. You got a good golf team. The golf team's playing well. Embrace
and
that.
The bowling team, the women's bowling team.
Yeah.
They were the first ones to win a national title at Vanderbilt.
There you go.
Always
we know
bowling.
the football team wasn't up there anytime recently.
All right, he is Buster Olney, ESPN, Yankees, White Sox, Sunday night, 6 o'clock. First pitch on ESPN from Yankee Stadium. Thank you so much, Buster. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys. Have fun with this conversation about the coaches.
Yeah, we'll get back to it. Thanks for the break. We appreciate it. All right, Buster with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Use the code NEXTROUND. Deposit $300. Play with $200 instantly. And don't forget, secure your first deposit bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag. Whatever you put in, they meet you halfway, all the way up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Use the promo code NEXTROUND and get that bonus from MyBookie.ag next round.
Okay, some of you said you missed Jimbo Fisher or only heard it and didn't get to see it. If you get the opportunity to be with us at 12:35, we'll revisit Jimbo Fisher's news conference in its entirety from College Station coming up at 12:35 if you missed that. But always the best thing that you can do with our show, when the show's done at 1 o'clock, you can always go back and rewind and fast forward through the show and enjoy the show at your pace anytime throughout the day. As we watch our chat room, oftentimes, sometimes you pause it while you go into meetings and you come back, you may be an hour and a half, 2 hours behind the show, but you still get the show in its entirety. It's one of the things we love about what we do here now. But we will revisit that coming up. Rockstar's got 4 downs in between here and there. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, giving you that great outdoor look right now that makes it look like Southern Hills. I'm looking at this golf course.
Beautiful.
And it is a beautiful, beautiful golf course.
You know, they've not a
lengthened-
redesign. Well, they definitely lengthened it,
Yeah.
but they've removed some trees. They've gone back to kind of the more rugged bunker look, more exposed with those hazards. It is a beautiful golf course. It really is. I remember watching this several years ago thinking, I don't know, but boy, watching it today, it's beautiful.
And by the way, the breeze is picking up a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tougher in the afternoon. Hey, Wayne's was just at my house doing my mosquito control. We're all doing that too, right? You want to get rid of those mosquitoes in the summer? Let Wayne's take care of that. I don't ever slap mosquitoes on my arm or my leg in my backyard in the summer, and you can get that Barefoot Good Summer Lawn right now with Wayne's. They are giving you a month free with their 1-year Enviro-Lawn agreement. That's the agreement we all use with Wayne's when you use the code TNR for the next round. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES-1. That is Wayne's, and the number 1. Use the code TNR. It helps us and it helps you save. You get a month off that 1-year Enviro-Lawn agreement with Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1.
All right. Other than the Jimbo Nick Saban conversation in college football, something big yesterday happened in rules. One was because of the transfer portal, the NCAA decided no longer are you limited to signing just 25 scholarship athletes. The number you have to worry about now is just always staying 85 and under. You can't go over the 85. So you can, like if you lose so many players to the portal, replace with 30 players if you need to in a signing class to keep your number close or at 85. But the other big thing is they officially did away with the obligation, the mandate to have divisions in order to have a championship game. That's no longer the case. You don't have to have divisions to have championship games. And one conference, all conferences are going to get rid of divisions, is my belief, including the SEC. But one conference is doing it a little faster than everybody else, and that's the Pac-12. LT, what did the Pac-12 do yesterday?
Yeah, the Pac-12, I mean, as soon as this decision was made, they decided to go no divisions. And this is starting this year in 2022. And you and I were discussing before the show, if you go back and you look at the history of the Pac-12 championship game, 5 out of the past 11 championship games, divisions have kept the conference title game from featuring different matchups that would have been teams with better records. So they're going to go with the teams with the highest win percentage. And the Pac-12, I assume, as you said, it's inevitable that all conferences will ultimately do this, but they got to have their best chance to get to a college football playoff.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense for the Pac-12.
Best way to get there is having your best 2 teams playing each other,
yeah,
right?
I mean, just gives you one more quality. Now, the way that it is going for the Pac-12, they'll have one really good team. Oregon will beat Georgia and be really, really good, and everybody else will be 7-5, and they'll spring the upset in the championship game and not Oregon out, right? Well, that's the way life's going for them.
That is the downside. I mean, if you did have one dominant division and you've got a champion, sometimes Alabama was playing a multiple loss Florida team and not as difficult SEC championship games as in some years.
Yeah, I think if you'll go back and look at the history of the SEC championship game, rarely is a team outside, say, the top 15 in that game, right? But there have been years in the SEC championship game where it's 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, 2 versus 3, stuff like that. To me, if you're the Pac-12, you want to be as close to that as you can. That's your best path to the college football playoff.
What bothers me about the Pac-12's decision, though, is, okay, we're doing away with divisions, but I've already got the schedule out, right? So my schedule is still there by divisions.
That's right. And they don't matter anymore.
Yeah, and they don't matter anymore. But if I'm in the North, there's a good chance a lot of my division doesn't have Utah on my schedule. And Utah may be the best team in the league going into the season, or USC, however it works out. I don't know how you do a fair and balanced schedule without divisions. People smarter than me are going to figure that out because we're all going to go to that. But they're doing it now without even bringing that into consideration already. They're just saying, we're going to go with our schedule. We had it scheduled north and south. We're going to throw out the north and south part. We're going to play the season, but that schedule is going to stay the same, and good luck. We'll see where we land.
Well, the only thing I don't like about it, Utah and USC, it was going to be a big game this year. It'll still be a big game.
But you're saying there's almost a free pass for a loser.
You could see it twice.
There's a chance we see it twice. And I was going to ask you guys, would there have been a time where Alabama and Auburn played again in the SEC championship game? Would that have been 2010? Alabama with 2 losses? Is that possible? I mean, Auburn played that year South Carolina.
Yeah, it's possible. I'd have to go look.
But remember, South Carolina would have had the tiebreaker on Alabama.
Yeah. So I don't think it would have ever happened. I don't think it would have ever happened. It depends on how you.
What about LSU Alabama 2011?
Would they have met again?
Would they have met again in the SEC championship?
Yeah,
and
LSU
not played for the national championship?
Potentially. Yeah. Because LSU played Georgia. Maybe 2013. Auburn ended up playing Missouri. I don't know. Missouri was highly ranked at the time, so Alabama probably after the kick 6 would have dropped below Missouri. So
I think so.
Yeah, Missouri, Jim, was Missouri was number 5 in that game.
Yeah, but how far did Alabama drop? Did they only drop to 4?
I don't know.
Yeah, and see that becomes the other thing. What are all the tiebreakers going to be in the Pac-12? We'll get into that.
Well, you got to go with your highest ranked. You want it to be your highest ranked teams
by the football playoff
Well, I
committee.
mean, now if you've got a head-to-head, obviously, you
it's gotta
can
be
use
head-to-head
that.
first,
But if you need to break ties, you go with your highest-ranked teams.
Yeah. So you would use not the AP poll or the coaches poll. You'd do the playoff committee's rankings.
Yeah, if I've got 3 and they've played a round robin and they're all tied, I'll take the 2 highest ranked.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Because this is the whole reason you're doing this.
Is to try to have the highest ranked team as your conference
No
champion.
doubt.
All right. Interesting move from the Pac-12. We will get Rockstar's 4 downs when we come back. We appreciate Buster Olney and Joel Klatt for being with us on the show today. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. How was trivia last night?
Trivia was fun last night. So if I asked you guys, let me throw you a trivia question from last night. We love to build a little knowledge here on the show. Last night's bonus trivia question was, what came first? Zapp's potato chips or Lady Gaga?
I think I would go Zapp's potato chips. I'm going to say they're surprisingly old.
I'm going to agree with Brown. Zapp's seems like something that we didn't have here in the South, but it seems like something I had up at the North that I could buy at a theater back in the day. I'm going to go Zapp's as well, and I'm going to be with Brown. I don't think it's going to be close. I think there's going to be a big gap.
You guys are going to be a little surprised here. The reason I brought up Zapp's was at dinner last night, I had some of the potato sticks, the voodoo potato sticks, not the chips. Have y'all had those?
Nope.
They are so good.
The voodoo chips?
No.
The sticks. I've not had the sticks. I've had the chips.
Yeah, I've had the chips too, but they come in sticks now.
Oh, is Zapp's the New Orleans, the Louisiana?
Yeah.
Oh,
those voodoo are good,
then I'm way
too.
off. Dang it. Go ahead.
Zapp's 1985, Lady Gaga 1986. But Zapp's did come first. But these are the.
I was thinking some northern chip. I didn't know it was. We were talking about the Zapp's.
The best is Dunaway goes to the theaters, he gets chips. Give me some Goobers, a large Diet Coke, and some Zaps.
Hey, but these are little nuggets of knowledge that you learn every Wednesday night at Odie's Team Trivia. Rockstar plays there. Name that tune last night. Guess what he performed?
Totally forgot already.
I think he did.
You'll never guess it.
I'm going to go.
My favorite genre.
He did 90s rap.
He did 90s rap.
What was it?
Gangsta's Paradise by Coolio.
Oh, you love that.
Was very entertaining for Rockstar to pull something like that out. But anyway, Birmingham Institution is Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village. Stop in for lunch or dinner. Burgers, wings, sandwiches. You're going to absolutely love it. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, when we come back, Rockstar's 4 downs today, and then we'll revisit Saban v. Jimbo. Stay with us right here on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on the show. Thank you, Jack, and the other people. When you said Zaps, I thought Utz. UTZ, that was the chip I was thinking of, which is a northern chip.
Pretzels, too.
Utz pretzel as well? Mm-hmm. We may have developing news in the next segment about new items.
Yes, sir.
In the nextround.store. Nextround.store.
Utz, by the way, is who bought Golden Flake.
That's what they're saying in the chat room. How about
that's
that?
Who bought Golden Flake.
So if you've got friends that like, I don't know, maybe a good T-shirt, we may have some developing news on developing news about a T-shirt. Nextround.store. Nextround.store. Next segment, you may be able to see that coming up. Not yet, of course. Next segment. Right now, it's all about Storm Restoration Roofing. My friend Greg from Pell City and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing have that reputation of being the most respected contractors in the South. Greg Nelson is the owner. He and his wife. And Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned for over 20 years now. He and his wife own it. They're a good local family. Right here in the heart of Alabama. They offer you the best warranty in the industry. Insurance companies trust Greg. They've worked with Greg for years, and that helps you in the process of getting the most money that you deserve from your insurance company. And here's the big deal. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after the spring storms every year, it is time to get that roof inspected. In fact, I had a neighbor who was moving out yesterday, and I helped him with something, and I needed to borrow a ladder. I don't have a ladder anymore, but I had a very tall chair, so we went to look at something in his ceiling.
Wow,
it's a very tall chair, and he had a water problem. It had leaked through his roof on the day that he was moving out.
And I climb on up here and sit down.
I instantly said, "Man, if you're going to try to get it," the guy bought it with no inspection. So I said, I wouldn't worry about it. I'd go ahead and move into my sweet house. But if you do need a roofing guy, it's Greg from Pell City, Greg Nelson. He'll give you a free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, Rockstar. People are now, the Utz knowledge, the potato chip knowledge. Utz owns Zapp's too.
I didn't realize
they're buying everything.
Utz owns every chip in America.
Golden Flake and Zapp's.
See Utz when I'm watching a Yankees game.
Two of the great regional chips of all time.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's do. It's 4 Downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. The growing list of Vulcan Tires. They bring you the leaderboard update all day long too. And Rory McIlroy is blowing everyone away right now, up by 3 strokes at the PGA Championship. We'll update you on that after the 4 Downs.
4 great locations. A new one coming soon. A 5th location in Pell City. We'll give you more information on that when we get it. But take that car in, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What high school stereotype did you fit into?
So,
are we going strictly just what was the
Breakfast Club?
Breakfast Club rules?
Yeah, sure.
What were my categories?
You had the jock, you had the nerd, you had the outcast, you had the pretty girl, you had the
preppy boy,
the delinquent.
Yeah. See, I played sports, but I wasn't jock. I was more.
Did you have a letter jacket?
I did not have a Letterman's jacket.
I had a Letterman's jacket, for golf.
Did you wear it?
Yeah, you know me. It never gets cold enough for me to wear a jacket. But
you don't wear it for warmth, Brown. You don't wear it for warmth.
A Letterman's jacket for golf? Is that even a sport?
Where'd you get yours in?
I got a friend that's got a friend that got one for bowling.
Well, they gave me the letter. What are you supposed to do with the letter? You put it on the jacket, right?
Some parents just frame it or
throw it in a shoebox.
Yeah.
I
put it on a jacket. Never wore the jacket.
I got the letter. I couldn't afford the jacket.
Yeah, of course. You're a bud polo. You give it to your girlfriends. What you do with the jacket?
I would be considered the partier. I would, I hate to say popular, but I was one of the, popular kids. That's a stereotype, right?
Yeah,
it is.
I wanted to be a jock, played on the baseball team, but I was not jock-like either. I was closer to outcast more than I was jock.
Yeah.
Were you not a partier in high school?
I tried to be. I was a lot more.
It wasn't hard to do.
I'm just saying I was not. I'm not going to make it up. I was not very popular. I had some really popular friends who let me occasionally hang around. Stoner was one. I was more of a stoner.
Yeah. Did you smoke weed in high school?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
I only did a couple of times in high school.
Yeah,
I was more of a
ecstasy.
No. I did have friends that did a ton of ecstasy. I had friends that would drop acid before school.
Jeez.
I never did any of that stuff.
Hardcore.
But I liked Milwaukee's Best and Natural Light and Pop-Off Vodka. Those were my go-tos back in the day.
I drank some, but yeah, I'll change my vote. Stoner, was stoner an option?
Sure, you can.
Jock/stoner.
There's the band guy. There's a ton of things.
Second down.
What did you learn the hard way?
In high school? Or anywhere?
Could have been last night.
Two things.
Last night I learned to end on the 11th question, not the 12th.
Don't ask
I
more
would have
questions.
thought investing with family, but I've done it again. Yeah. Because, I was told never to do that. I did it. I got completely torched the first time.
Don't mix family and business, right?
Yeah. But on this venture or another one?
No, on the other one.
No, this venture is going to be fine.
Yeah, we hope we're okay on this one. And the other is don't lend friends money. I've done it a million times. I've only been burned one time, but it cost me my friendship.
What about you, Brent? What did you learn?
Was that the small amount?
Yep.
It's amazing. That story still baffles me.
Me too.
Yeah, that story still baffles me.
I'll go. I got one. Yesterday, I did not find out I was hosting this event last night until Saturday on the 11th hole at Ballantrae. And
somebody walked out of the woods and said, hey, Jim.
Did you have a ladder? Nope, got a tall chair.
Really tall.
From Saturday till last night, nothing but anxiety about that event because I thought I could screw it up and something could go wrong.
Little did you know.
Guess what? Something went wrong. But I just stressed out about it every day. I haven't eaten the same. I haven't slept all week long. It stresses me out, events like last night.
Yeah, but we told you it was like a private event. Nobody would ever know anything about it.
Yeah.
Whoops.
And it's Brown's fault. Brown, when I was leaving yesterday, and Brown and I do not have a close relationship anymore, but he did give me a nice piece of advice. He said, hey, try to enjoy it. Try to take a moment and enjoy tonight. how many chances do you get to do what you're doing tonight? And it was a great moment last night.
I was completely screwed with Dunaway because I knew there's no way he was going to enjoy it.
And I tried to enjoy it. And once we got into it last night, after the first conversation about a hole in one, it was a blast. And I left last night going, and this is the lesson I've learned the hard way. I literally called Maggie pulling out of the parking lot where we were last night, and I said, baby, I don't know why I stressed so much. That was fantastic. That may have been one of the happiest moments in my career.
Wow.
Right? Get off the cell phone, driving down the road. I'm where that Nukes used to be in Mountain Brook on 280. I get a text. My God, what happened tonight? Have you seen what's on the internet? Boom, another text. What happened tonight? While driving down 280, pull up Twitter, and the story is everywhere about what Nick Saban had said. So I've learned the hard way never to be happy.
Wow. All of that to never be happy.
Never be happy. Yeah.
I
thought
was
you were already there.
Man, it was a great moment.
Yeah, we did think you were already there.
Yeah, I did think you needed to learn that lesson before last night.
Third down.
What song has been on repeat for you lately?
It's I heard it this morning when I was Pelotoning, but I hear it a lot, and I think it is a fantastically written song, and that doesn't happen in top 40. But Gail's ABCDEFU.
Oh, that's a good song.
The angry version, Rocky, you probably haven't heard it.
No, this is the first.
But pull it and listen to the angry version. It's been out probably a couple of months but it's just it's hilarious. I mean, basically, F everybody but your dog.
ABCDFU.
Yeah, but it's
awful.
It's really creative. Do you not like it, Brown?
No, I'm just saying the message is awful. Yeah,
it's really not. I mean, look.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really not.
Somebody to F you. Yeah,
no, the dude was in the wrong. Yeah. Listen to it. It's a really well written song. Would you agree, Dunaway?
Oh, I do. I think it's well written and
that
like you
shit
said,
you call art. She says it in there too. Your Craigslist couch. I mean, she kills him. It's awesome.
A lot of Eric Church lately, but I guess if you go one song, I Drink Wine, Adele. I don't know why, but it starts off the night of doing show notes because I usually have a glass of wine. I throw on my white wine playlist. I drink
paint your
wine.
Toenails to
white
that
wine playlist?
White wine playlist. Not the red one. Pick the white one, Maggie. Mine is Let Me Down Easy, Billy Currington. It played the other day when I was on the golf course, and I've listened to it a lot since then. It's a song I've always liked, but I had not heard it in a bit.
I'm laughing at the Kerry comment.
So yeah, I played it some since then. I like Billy Currington.
Kerry says Gen Zers are about to start messing up their ABCs. Where
They are.
ABCFU.
Yep.
Fourth down.
If someone were to trap each individual next round host, what would they use as bait?
Well, for me, it's obviously a free round of golf.
Doesn't have to be free.
Just a round of
Just
golf.
available.
Instead of what we're playing? All right.
First thing I thought of, I will not say, though it's undefeated.
Yes.
Keychains? What?
I don't know.
Dunaway a Lady Footlocker?
No, I think for Dunaway, you could trap Dunaway. This would be easy if you trap Dunaway. Is like if you just convinced him, not even everybody, but just a handful of certain people are going to any event. And you really don't even have to, you could just make the event up. What's it called? It's called Johnson Fair. Oh, Johnson Fair? I've always wanted to go to Johnson Fair. Yeah. He wouldn't even know what Johnson Fair is. It's completely made up.
And you're speaking at it.
Yeah. Dunaway would be there if he thought.
I would not want to speak at it. No.
If I told him, like, I could do 5 people, I would say, these 5 people are going to Johnson Fair. So I'm there. Where is it, Brown?
I do like a gathering of friends and nice people.
Gathering? Completely.
To me, a Taco Mama jalapeno margarita.
We could do that anytime.
Yeah, you can bring me out on that.
All right.
It used to be those damn bowls. We still
my gosh.
Well, we've got a different location, and those are the only bowls that are good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that.
That
never
was
in my life.
Crazy. Yeah, that was an addiction like I've never seen. Every day. Like Lance would start itching.
It was so good. Until I got a clump of hair in it.
Oh, they were awful.
It was peanut butter in the acai.
Peanut butter.
That good mixture.
Yeah,
there.
extra peanut butter, honey, acai, the almonds.
Fresh strawberries.
Strawberries.
Quartered, not half.
Oh, so good.
I remember the order like it was yesterday.
What about you, Rocky? What could get you out?
Sleeping pill. Seriously, I think like hey, this thing will knock you out.
It's gonna knock you out 8 hours.
This is gonna be a dreamless sleep. I'll take
solid.
it. Yeah, you sleep on the floor, I'll take it.
Or a sleeping pill for young Cord.
Yeah, he's getting better. He's not great. I had to do a 2 a.m. feeding. I get to do bottle feeding. We're doing shifts now, so Nancy's not doing all the heavy work.
That's
so
good.
It's still going to wake you up.
Wow.
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Tell them about it. And Brownie, give us a leaderboard update. McElroy just gave one back.
Hey, Bogey Jim.
4 great locations, soon to be a 5th location coming to Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle, locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Still has a 2-shot lead, though, does McElroy over Matt Kuchar, Abraham Answer, Tom Hoagie. They are all at 3 under par. McElroy at 5 under par. Tiger has fallen off a little bit, got off to a pretty good start. In fact, birdied his first hole, but it's been a struggle for Tiger after that. He is currently at 2 over par.
When we come back, we'll revisit what Jimbo Fisher said earlier. 2 segments to go here on the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
McElroy coming back to the field. He's in trouble.
Dunaway, he's fine. Because you don't have him.
No, I've got him.
You've got him.
Yeah.
Why are you pulling against him?
He's fine.
He's trying the reverse gene.
Reverse gene.
Oh, Tiger almost got hit by a ball. Did you see that?
Was that what that was?
Yeah, it was a tee shot. Well, Tiger's over near an adjacent fairway, and he almost got hit by another tee shot.
Well, I bet he would have been pissed.
Well, you
almost
hit it over there.
You don't see that happen in the PGA world.
Yeah.
My God, that ball was really close. Is he about to step on it?
No.
Oh, that's happening on a television near you. Precision Sports. Before we do a T-shirt unveiling, Precision Sports bringing you an update on getting you back in the game like Tiger Woods did after his car accident.
Yeah, hey, if you're a golfer, a tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialist at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online today, precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback.
That was a good tee shot, and Tiger had to dodge that right there. All right, look at the screen, everybody, and take a look at our new T-shirt designs. 2 of them we have for you here. One of them is sort of a grudge match between 2 guys, Saban versus Fisher. And then the other one, LT, you came up with. What does it say?
Hick versus Nick. It's got the date of a big game taking place in Tuscaloosa.
And it's the question I always ask. Rockstar, are those in the store right now?
Yeah, the golf section, right, Rockstar?
Hey, thumbs up finally.
Oh, they're in the store?
Yeah. How quick of a turnaround is that?
Look at freaking Lunsford back there.
I need me a Hick versus Nick.
I think I want a Hick versus Nick, too. Hick versus Nick. Go get that right now, and apparently in crimson and white at a store near you. Nextround.store, nextround.store.
And you know what College Station's going to come with.
Oh, yeah. There's another way you could use a CK.
You just go Bic.
Oh, Jeff.
You just start going through the alphabet. That's the way I do when I try to find words that rhyme.
when you're playing
Wick, Tick, Sick. I haven't used all the letters yet.
You really haven't.
We need Jimbo in overalls and Nick walking on water, right?
Be awesome.
He walks on water.
I mean, the old Bear Bryant walk on water, right? Wasn't there that picture in every barbecue restaurant in Alabama? Yep. With Bear Bryant walking on water?
Tighter shot of the grudge match right there.
Damn, boy, he's putting that finger in his face, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's the way it's going to go,
I will
Lance.
tell you.
You're going to want to be there.
If they win hands, I would take... I'd take Jimbo.
Hick versus
Jimbo,
Nick.
yeah.
Is it too late for us to change the color on them?
Obvious. That's so awesome.
Can we go
Can we do long sleeve?
Just a little darker?
V-neck.
Can we go a little more crimson, a little more red? That's Alabama uniform in the 70s. I need a little darker red.
See how quick we can get that cease and desist.
Yeah.
Can we do that a little more? A little crimson, a little darker?
Find out what their PMI is exactly.
All right. Quick break here, and we'll have a final thought coming up in the final segment here after LT tells us about our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes, Mortgage Right. They have been with us since day one here on the Next Round. And if you are in the housing market, Mortgage Right is the guys you need to reach out to. Anything you need, everyone always wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it is a game changer. Mortgage Right, the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Kevin says it is uncanny how much power Dunaway yields. Granted, not on purpose. He still possesses amazing power. One simple question, and it takes over every media outlet and the TNR store. It really is Dunaway.
And he's not satisfied with the color.
Jay Price, we're calling Jimbo a hick. Both are from West Virginia.
Well, you know.
One does seem to be more of a hick than the other.
One seemed to absorb a little more West Virginia.
We're back. One soaked it up like a sponge. Back in a moment.
Anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslock.com.
Store for the t-shirts you saw in the break there. Lock coming up later today at The Lance Taylor. Baseball, basketball, maybe it's an ice pick tonight. Either way, it's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. They do it right. The first time. They do it at a fair price, and they've been doing it that way since 1954. Adam Chad and his team there at Hemp Hill, they take care of all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. The name Birmingham's trusted. Hemp Hill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Rockstar cut number, let's go cut 2 first, cut 2. Short version of Nick Saban from last night from our friends at AL.com, where I think they have the whole evening. I mean, it was really 40 minutes of a lot of fun, and this was at the end of a meeting last night to celebrate the World Games being here in Birmingham. Here's Nick Saban commenting on name, image, and likeness.
It's not supposed to be something where people come and make money, and you make a decision about where you go to school based on how much money you're going to make. You should make a decision based on where you have the best chance to develop as a person, as a student, and as a player, which is what we've always tried to major in, and we're going to continue to do that, and hopefully there's enough people out there that want to do it. But I know the consequence is going to be difficult for the people who are spending tons of money to get players. And you've read about them. You know who they are. I mean, we were second in recruiting last year. A&M was first. A&M bought every player on their team, made a deal for name, image, and likeness. All right, we didn't buy one player. All right, but I don't know if we're going to be able to sustain that in the future because more and more people are doing it.
Nick Saban last night, which had Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M today, calling a news conference at 10 a.m. just to address the Nick Saban comments last night. And here's what Jimbo said in part.
Some people think they're God. Go dig into how God did his deal. You may find out about a guy that a lot of things you don't want to know. We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past, or anybody that's ever coached with him. You can find out anything you want to find out, what he does and how he does it. And it's despicable.
That's Jimbo Fisher earlier. Now, we carried that live. It started hour number 2, as we like to do in this platform. You can go back, rewind. Once we're done here, it's there forever, and you can go back and watch that in its entirety as it came down from College Station. I will go back to one thing. When Jimbo finished his despicable statement, where he said despicable a lot, he got up to walk away. He wasn't going to take questions.
And then the guy running, the moderator, said, all right, questions, and Jimbo sat back down. He was just going to fire off and go.
Yeah.
But boy, he was still fired
this was
up.
not planned out.
No, not at all. Not at all. This was Jimbo off the cuff. I mean, this is the big difference is Saban very calculated in what he said. What they said aside, Saban very calculated, I think, in what he said. Jimbo just firing from the hip.
And very personal. You're right. I mean, Nick Saban never talks about them cheating. He says bought, and I think we're all triggered when you hear the word bought in old school college football to think it's illegal.
Right.
There's no rule violations here at this point. It's not the way the name, image, and likeness was designed, but we've learned that, okay, you can do it this way. Now, Nick Saban's wanting, okay, are we going to do it this way, or are we going to enforce the rules? And if we're going to do it this way, then we need to change to keep up, basically, is what he said last night. And then Joel Klatt made a great point. It became personal for Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah,
he made it personal.
Right.
Called him a narcissist.
A god.
Yeah.
Walk on water. Go look into him. You'll see what he's all about.
And did you see him? He started gesturing like he was mocking him and saying, when he gives his speeches and he does his hand
We're
like
done.
this. Yeah.
We're done.
We wouldn't take his phone call today. We're done.
Do you think
done.
he really tried to call?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Do you think Nick knew he was going to get this kind of response out of Jimbo by going on record last night?
Yeah, I think when you say what you said, I think it's going to get a response.
It won't go away. This story will continue. We'll talk more about it tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Specialty show later today. Have your alerts on. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.